Good morning, welcome everyone to the 7th, March already, 7th of March 2023 Infrastructure and Transport Committee meeting, and the first of this committee meeting today of this year and of the triennium, so I'm pretty excited about that. I'm going to ask Councillor Moko to open our meeting officially with a karakia.
Kia ora tātou. In preparing for my karakia this morning, I was asked if I could do one that was about journeying, pathways, riding, and there is a karakia that actually exists for that very thing.
Great.
This karakia is more of a, we call it a wairea. It's a preparation for a journey, and this wairea was chanted by one of my ancestors, ko Ngāti Roirangi, and he was a tohunga, and so he actually did this particular karakia as our waka departed from Hawaii Nui, from Hawaii Roa, from Hawaii Pāmamao, or from the Pacific Islands. The last place that we came from was in Rarotonga, from Taputapu Ātea. Ua wairea te one tapu. Ka ura tangata uta me tūraki atu ki tangata atai. Ka ura tangata atai me tūraki atu ki tangata uta. Pera hoki rā te korepe nui, te korepe roa, te wāhi awa, te toi toi awa. Whakamau tama i te ara, whakamau tama i te ara. Ko tū korongo tama i ara i te ara, kau rakatami uhia. Tukua tu tama kia puta ki waho ki te tā whanga he putanga riki no rongo ki te atatauira mai e te tipua mai e te tawhito. Iara mai mātou i whea. Iara mai mātou i tū wakaoti nuku i tū wakaoti rangi. Tō manawa ko tōku manawa ko tāne ka irihia. Whano, hara mai te toki. Haumi e, hui e. Taiki.
Kia ora, Councillor Moko, thank you. That was very fitting, and not only do you bring a gravitas to karakia for this council and committee, but I find the tone and the reflection in your voice very chilling, and it's very much appreciated, so thank you. All right, now committee, before we move on, there's just a couple of things I'm going to ask of you. One of them is we have 9 physical members in the chamber. That stomach flu that I had several weeks ago is clearly doing the rounds. The governance staff are really stretched as well. They have staff off sick, so we are going to make it easier for them on all decisions and use the voting buttons, because that's automatic and it's one less stress point. Also, if you have motions or amendments that perhaps you sent to Carmen, can you send them to Amy, because Carmen is sick, and let us know. And if we're going to be crafting any on the fly, we may need patience, and I might adjourn for a few minutes for us to do that. So the other thing, I want us to be really collegial today. We've got some members online who are also not well, but they are zooming in and using that technology, so that's really great. So we need to be all respectful of each other today, of the slowness sometimes of technology, and have a really collegial meeting and make some really good decisions together as a group under these slight challenges that are ahead of us. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks, Chair. Remind me the quorum again. I may just need to step out for a phone
Yeah, so there's
call.
9 of us, so one can leave to go to the toilet at a time. We will have it, Amy will issue a toilet pass. We're going to need it, I think. Yeah. All right, so let's move on then. Let's do apologies first. So I have full apologies from Councillor Emma, who is also sick. Councillor Milena, who will hopefully be attending later today, but she's on jury service. Councillor Jeff is for lateness, and that's it, I think. Yeah, that's everyone. Any other apologies? With that, I'll move, seconded by Councillor Van Austen. All those in favour? We can do this one on the voices. Aye. Thank you. There are none opposed. That's carried. Okay, confirmation of the agenda. Members, you've got your run sheet in front of you. Was also emailed. There are no changes to the run sheet. Just confirming there that Waka Kotahi is talking to us today about a safety update. After that, that's at 11, isn't it? And then we'll have a morning tea break to accommodate those presenters. And there's a late attachment to the Chair's report. Apologies for that. It's simply the template for the terms of reference for one of the working groups. That's in my Chair's report. And again, apologies, there is a late item regarding the SURF funding, but it's as I understand it, it's an extra project, a new project that's a new funding round. So General Manager will talk to that in her report. So it's not part of the package of SURF funding that's on the agenda, the substantive stuff today. So with that, I will move that the agenda be received, seconded by Councillor Van Austen. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Any declarations of interest? There are none. All right, let's move on. Public forum is up first, and our first speaker is Liam Carter. Good morning, Liam. You know what to do. You have 5 minutes. The bell will ding if we've run out of time. Otherwise, if there's questions, you've got a slide.
Morning. I'm talking about the low cost, low risk program. Firstly, thank you for all the projects being done. They're great and they will improve lots of people's safety. But there's one project that is missed out, and I do want to propose. That's the Fairfield Bridge area. The Fairfield Bridge, there are showers on the bridge, but the connections are bad. The black lines up there are the existing bike lanes, and the green lines are a proposed bike lane going from Banbury Crescent to outside the Fairfield Bridge Dairy, linking up with existing bike lanes, showers on the Fairfield Bridge roundabout, which will improve a lot of safety, as there has been a lot of complaints through social media about this roundabout being unsafe during the peak times of work at 9 AM, 3 PM and 5 PM, and then showers until the bike lanes are on Victoria Street. I am also asking if a traffic light and a speed bump could be questioned outside the Fairfield Bridge dairy onto that side, so school kids can get across River Road safely, as this is a danger, and school kids cannot access their schools without a car or a parent if they're under that suitable age to be by themselves. Please consider this hard, because it really does help a lot of people when there is a crossing in place. And I've talked to the Woodstock community, and and neighbours and schools, and it would improve a lot of people's lives. Yeah. Next thing, I just want to say there is a campaign out, if you haven't heard, about campaigning, subsidising e-bikes and e-trucks and electric mobility, cycle gear, because there's a world issue, I can't bike because I can't afford it, or yeah, so just making you aware, and we're asking if all councils can think about this issue and share it around. Thank you.
Good work, Liam. You've still got a minute and a bit, so I'll just see if there are any questions from committee members. I think that was really, really clear submission, as always, from you. Yep, it is. All right. Thanks very much, Liam. Okay, our next speaker up is Melissa Smith, who is the new chair of Bike Waikato, and she's an organisation, so she gets 10 minutes. Is that right? No, that's for hearings, isn't it? Yeah, so no, 5 minutes. Sorry. But you know the drill,
Thank
Melissa.
you, Chair Angela.
Welcome.
I was really excited for a moment there. Thank you. So as mentioned, I am the new chairperson of Bike Waikato, so I'll be speaking on behalf of our organization. And I'll be speaking to the low cost, low risk program and the SURF projects that are in the agenda today. So we at Bike Waikato, we support all of the programs on the low cost, low risk program, and we ask that you approve them. As a key stakeholder, Bike Waikato has already had the opportunity to be involved in some of the workshops for these projects, particularly the Victoria London Street upgrade. What we've seen so far is really ambitious and really exciting, and we hope that all the projects on this list can deliver to the same standard. We're also pleased to see bicycle parking and cycle wands included in the program. As part of our Bike Month celebrations, Bike Waikato ran a Bike Friendly Business Award competition, for lack of a better word. And what we really got, the feedback from our community was that bike parking is a really big key utility that makes businesses and places really accessible to people on bikes. So that would be a great thing to increase in our city. We also voice our support for all of the SURF projects and ask that you vote to approve them. HCC voted a few months ago to take urgent action on climate change. We're now seeing the consequences that inaction can have, particularly on our transport system, with a number of key highway connections around the city that have been damaged and have to been closed due to the cyclone. So resilience and sustainability are key for future projects, which is why it is so important to fund and take on projects that will reduce car reliance in our city and improve accessibility for cycling and other active modes. HCC has also already approved Access Hamilton, which supports that same thing. Chair Angela has noted in her report that last term was about planning. This term is time to get on with it, and we absolutely echo that message. All of the planning is in place, the mandate is in place, and the funding is on its way. So, time to get on with it. We at Bike Waikato are really excited for another year of transport and infrastructure meetings, and we're ready to hold you accountable.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Melissa. I'll just check with the members. There are no questions. That again was very, very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next presenter is on Zoom, and we have Bevan Thomas, who is from Fraser High School. Morena, good morning, Bevan.
Yeah, morena, tēnā koutou katoa. I'd just like to say thank you to the committee for allowing us this time to speak. And we're speaking to the proposed raised signals crossing on Ellicott Road outside Fraser High School.
Great.
I'm a teacher and leader of learning at Fraser High School, and I'm joined here by our principal, Virginia Crawford. Okay. So when considering our need for a better crossing than the current available option, which are a couple of crossing islands, to be polite, some way from the entranceway to the school, it struck me that Fraser High School is, I think, the only school in Hamilton that doesn't have a dedicated pedestrian crossing outside. And I find that curious. I'm given to understand that Fraser High School principals have, over the past 20 years, petitioned previous councils to install a crossing outside the school. I'm surprised that this has not yet been done. Although I'm confident this council is a good one. Okay, staffed with good people and you have a clear vision and a view to equity and fairness. Ellicott Road, which is on the main entrance to Fraser High School, it's a busy arterial road with a number of topographical features that present considerable concern and potential hazards. One, it covers hilly and undulated ground, which aids unintended speed increases for casual drivers. The bright sun factor, early mornings and afternoons, there's a lot of bright sun, which is unavoidable, and this is dazzling and blinding for drivers who drive into road signs, the road islands, and neighbours' fences and walls. Yes, shockingly, this has really happened. And there's also a blind corner near Fraser High School entry gate that makes it extremely challenging to see traffic coming from either direction. And to further complicate matters, the undulating and hilly nature of the ground also makes it hard to see and ascertain the approach and speed of traffic, with cars often being hidden in the dead ground. In addition, over the past 20 years, traffic has increased on Ellicott Road, and this is especially evident during peak driving times, which coincide with students arriving and leaving school at the beginning and the end of the day. At these times, the uninterrupted flow of traffic presents a significant hazard for the safety of pedestrians, especially our young students trying to cross the road. Now, over the past couple of years or so, I've been on gate duty and I've been monitoring the traffic to and from and past the school. I've witnessed risky driving behaviour, including speeding and dangerous passing manoeuvres, and that further threatens unprotected pedestrians, I feel. I strongly feel that nothing short of a signals crossing ensuring safer speeds on Ellicott Road will lasting safety on this main road. We welcome the opportunity to work with the Hamilton City Council on this project, and we'd be only too happy to contribute our thoughts and experience with this part of town and its community when designing a crossing that benefits all. We look forward to being able to contribute to the safety of our students and community. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Bevan. That was very, very clear, your request to the committee. There are 2 questions and we still have time, so I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton first.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Bevan and Virginia. Kia ora, Ryan Hamilton, class of 97, Fraser High. Great to be back. We've got a proposal before us today for some interventions outside your school at around 350,000. Are you in support of what we've proposed, or are you suggesting there's still some workaround? Or
on the face of it, it sounds adequate to our needs. I believe it's a raised mid-block crossing that you're proposing.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, that would have the effect of definitely slowing down our traffic and increasing pedestrian awareness and driver awareness on the roads.
Okay, thank you.
We still don't think that's enough, so hence why we've added a signal crossing. We still have, apart from Fraser students, Aberdeen students, Maior students and Norton students who use that road, Ellicott Road, and are used not only by those students but their older siblings who have to cross the road often during those peak times.
Okay, thank you. Chair, we'll just discuss that at the appropriate time later on.
Yes, yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Van Osten has a question.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the principal for mentioning the other schools that might be using the crossing. My question was with regard to how many Fraser High School students are entering and exiting through there, so that we've got a bit of an idea of actually what the flow might be.
So our current roll is 1,400.
Yeah. And that added to that with the other schools that might be there, then, you know, we do have a considerable number of kids that will be coming out and using those roads. My understanding also is that there would be a 30-kilometre speed limit imposed on that area. Is that something that you also support?
That's certainly a start, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Bevan and Virginia. Very clear request to the committee, and we will get on to discussing that later in the day. Thank you very much. Right, our last submitter of the day is Peter Boss from Living Streets, Kirikiriroa. Good morning, Peter. You're also this is not your first rodeo, as they say.
Thank you.
Welcome, and we're in your hands.
So there is a slide.
Okay.
Hello all, thank you for this time to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Living Streets Kirikiriroa, and the following items: 11, the low risk transport improvements; 12, climate transport choices; and 8, waka katahi. This slide. For item 11 and 12, our concern comes from the way Collingwood Tristram Street roundabout, which was indirectly funded by ACC, changed from a design that gave a good level of service and safety for pedestrians to a design that has a poor outcome for pedestrians and cyclists. So I'll just go through the what's on the screen. Considering the choices, this comes from 2005 from Mayor Redman. Future planning has to be based on the reality that motor vehicles will continue to be the dominant mode of transport. Below that is from Judy Hardacre. She didn't want the council to waste money on safety improvements, only for them to be changed later down the track. So the snapshot is from the briefing November 21, showing the safety benefits of different options for Tristram Collingwood roundabout. The second from the left is the option of single lane Dutch roundabout, while the last column is what is being built is a double lane roundabout. I note that the new double lane roundabout is built to a style that is built less and less in Dutch cities because they're seen as unsafe. The roundabout being built does have raised this crossing some distance from the roundabout. However, the map of Hamilton Central shows that on average nearly one person is killed per year on our roads, on roads designed to give good level of service to cars. We all should be able to see that in Hamilton Central, road designed for good motor vehicle traffic flow are dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. So our concern is that the low risk improvement and transport choices will focus on the 2005 Redmond reality that motor vehicles will continue to dominate, with the concern of not wanting to waste money on safety improvements only for them to be changed later down the track, which is the Collingwood Tristram roundabout as an example. We ask that the safety for pedestrians be given the highest priority. So the second slide, and this relates to item 8, waka katahi. Living Street supports the lower speeds waka katahi has already put in place and the proposed safety improvements. To illustrate the benefits of reduced speed limits, before waka katahi lowered the posted speed limit on Common Drive, a motor vehicle would crash into the timber barrier near Common Drive about every 6 weeks. For over a year now, not once has an ambulance been called because someone has driven into the timber barrier. In fact, not once has the timber barrier been damaged. This is the magic of lower speed limits. We are asking Council to make safety their highest priority. And to finish, could you pass on our thanks to waka katahi for the work they've done in making our streets safer? Thank you. End.
Great, thank you very much, Peter. Can I just request just before I see if there are any questions, I noticed on your slide you had Councillor Taylor. You've obviously just done a screen grab. I'm just wondering if, unless you have his permission, you probably need to take his little,
okay.
his little
Oh, you can
photo
link it
off
up. Oh,
the
yeah,
top of that. So, yeah. Members, any questions? There don't appear to be any questions. No? All right. Again,
Thank you.
always very clear. Thank
Good
you
day.
very much, Peter. All right, so that disposes of our public forum speakers. Always so much value that the public bring to us, and it is all very much appreciated. So let's move on to item 5 on page 6, which is my chair's report, and I'll just speak briefly to that in a minute. And you'll notice the appendix 1 on page 245 is the establishment of the working group. I'll speak to that in a moment. That was the late attachment. So, look, just welcome committee members. There are a lot of decisions in front of us in this space, and this is very much a working horse committee because we make the decisions that deliver tangible changes to our community, and sometimes those changes bring a little bit of discomfort, but I always appreciate good questioning and good collegial debate on those. And I think over the last term, certainly, we made some really good decisions in this space, so I'm looking forward to another really positive term. In my chair's report, I did want to highlight the weather and the events, and of course I know we were all devastated along with the rest of the country around what's been happening, and incredibly grateful that Hamilton didn't bear the brunt of it, but that doesn't mean that the decisions in front of us, particularly with a long-term plan facing climate change and our infrastructure challenges, will be any less difficult for us to tackle. I also asked staff to provide us with some information there, and there are some key points in my report because I couldn't remember, being an avid vegetable gardener, I could not remember the last time we went through an entire summer with no water restrictions. So I asked my reporter, and she gave us some key points there. You know, I think when you look at it, and historically we've never, since water alert levels were introduced back in 2008, we have never gone through a summer with no restriction. And, you know, some of those points, and I certainly won't read them all, but the fact that Hamiltonians used 967 million litres less for the same period in 2021 is, it's pretty significant. So hopefully that information in there is interesting for you. The next, of course, I've called it Weeds, Glorious Weeds. And rather than lament on the frustration, I thought I would again reflect on my time around the table, and it has been getting progressively worse for a variety of reasons. Often it's too much rain, often it's not enough rain. For 2 years there it was COVID and staff were down and away sick. So I think, you know, if we continue to do what we've always done, we're going to get what we've always got. And I think that's the definition of madness. So one of the recommendations in my report is to ask staff to go back and look at some of those smaller, medium-sized, little median strips, concrete, whatever you want to call them, where there's a giveaway sign and there's a little indent for a pedestrian to go through, and there's this ratty little garden that's more full of weeds than anything else. One of the most impactful things for us, and look, just less than a couple of weeks ago, we had yet another road worker, not from our team, on the Raglan Road killed. And that must be the third road worker that I know of in the last 18 months. Those people are just doing their jobs. They have families, they have kids at home, they have husbands, wives and partners, and they don't return home. The technical consequence of those kinds of accidents are that nationally legislation changes and health and safety come in and they change the conditions of doing that work. So thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars are spent on traffic management plan, and yet gardeners go in for maybe 1 or 2 hours and then they're gone. So I think it's time for us to really have a good look at that. The city is growing really fast and we need to be practical. And I personally think the less we have orange road cones and people's lives at risk in those situations, the better. And the good thing is we can probably save some money. I also don't believe that we will be getting rid of too much green space. I think that we've got some really great strategies and funding in place to mitigate some of those ratty little gardens. And it's also an opportunity for us to make those pedestrian crossing access points better. And just finally, the working groups, you'll see, as I said, there's the attachment, where is it? On page 245 to set up the, we've done Access Hamilton, we've done the strategy. That's not on the table. What needs to be done is we need to prioritise the projects that will sit under that strategy, develop the action plan and have that ready for the LTP. So I've put a membership group together. I am not the lead. I have asked Councillor Hutt to be the lead. I really want to bring new members up and give them the opportunity, and she has graciously accepted. And I will, of course, be there if she needs my help, but I know she has a passion around this. And the same with the Waste Task Force group that's going to be set up, action group, whatever they're called. Both of those were in consultation with the Mayor and the Mayor's office, and I think there's a good balance in both of the groups of people, I guess on each side of the political spectrum as well, which is great. That's great for debate. So I did speak a little longer than I had anticipated, but there's a lot in my Chair's report, so I'll just open to any questions, if there are any. Or actually, when we do a Chair's report, we often just do comments as well, rather than debate. Seems quite formal, but we'll do both if that's what people want. If there is none. Oh, yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Seeing you gave us an opportunity there, Chair.
Yeah.
With your request back to the LTP, I'm assuming that would include a whole bunch of permeable and non-permeable solutions, because the technology now can give us that, artificial grasses or other things that still look aesthetic without contributing to, more non-permeable surfaces. So will that be in the consideration?
That would certainly be my intention, yeah. And I think staff were starting to think in this space anyway, right? I'll let the General Manager comment.
Yes, that's correct, and an opportunity also comes through with the review of the streetscapes and verge maintenance policy to incorporate those types of permeability and the new technology that's available to us to minimise but also maximise the green space that we have in our city, so you don't turn it into a big concrete block.
Yeah, thanks. And one follow-up question, if I may, because I know we all get harangued by weed issues, and one of the challenges we have is, that's not Council Road, that's Wakakotahi Road. So I take it that you'll take a pragmatic, holistic view in this.
Absolutely, and that's something that our team want to work with Wakakotahi to make sure that it's a one city approach and that we have those defined opportunities for both for Wakakotahi and us.
Excellent, thank you.
Great questions, thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Mayor Paula.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to be Zooming today, keeping you all safe from all the bugs that are transferring around the community. Just wanted to make a comment and congratulate the Chair for the 2 working groups. We have some working groups also under Chair Naidu Rofe, and they're working really well, and we've found that being able to drill in and spend a little bit more time and then come back to the wider group works very well. So I'd just be very happy to second your recommendations in respect to those working groups.
Thank you.
And the report.
Great, thank you, Mayor Paula. All right, that's questions, comments disposed of. So my recommendation is on page 9, so that was moved by myself, seconded by Mayor Paula. Did anybody want to debate? No. No? All right, that's great. Let's please, can we use voting, the voting board, just to make it easier for the team at the moment? Yeah. Oh, they both come up coloured again. Great.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Excellent. Thanks, committee, for doing that. All right, let's move on to item 6, page 10, the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Review. We have staff to present. And this, if we cannot go down a rabbit hole too on this one, just remind committee that this is approval to establish the working group in the terms of reference. While the waste plan is attached, it's, this is not the time and place to get into the detail on that particular plan. So that's the reason we're here. So just over to you, Tania. Thank you.
Morena tātou, ko Tania Herman, tōku ingoa. I'm the Unit Director of the Sustainable Resource Recovery Team, and with me is Nicole Bradbury, who's our Strategic Manager for that team. So we're just presenting you the report today. The purpose of this is to inform the committee that we're starting the review of the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan and the process that we'll undertake to do that, and then also to seek approval for the establishment of the working group to support the review, as well as the appointment of an elected member to support our Waste Minimisation Fund that we, as a contestable fund, need to breathe, for the community. So open to any questions.
Great, okay. And before we get to questions, on page 39 is the terms of reference and the establishment of the working group, plus also I had initially in my mind that Councillor Hutt would be the perfect person to sit on this little funding group, but she has a conflict there, so if someone has a burning desire, it's only meets once a year. I've sat on it in the past. Yeah, please just let me know now or nominate yourself. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm in the terms of reference, you'll be looking at opportunities, particularly in regard to, is it Safe Board or Save Board, that entity that we're incredibly lucky to have it in Hamilton. It's a national leader, and it is an expert in turning particular product into something useful, and we're currently not doing as much as we possibly can, and I just want to have some assurance we're on top of that, or that it will be a subject that the committee will work on.
Yeah, so after yourself and myself and actually Mayor Southgate met with them informally at that occasion, I did have a chat with the General Manager, and they have had some conversations and are aware, and I've expressed that I think the working group will be very keen on having a good discussion on that. And at that time, Councillor Wilson, as Chair of Economic Development, I'll let you know and bring you into that particular conversation, and may or may not include a site visit, and
Cool, thank you.
So definitely give you that assurance. Councillor Van Osten.
Look, it was really just with regard to someone to be nominated for the fund, and I was just wondering if Councillor Anna Casey Cox would be interested in that.
Yeah, Councillor. Mayor Southgate gave the thumbs up. Yeah. Is that something you're interested in?
I am interested. Yeah, that would be, I can do that.
Okay, all right, unless there is a challenger for that position.
Yep. Happy to take challenges.
Okay, all right, that sounds great. We'll add Councillor Anna into there. Are there any other questions? Councillor Moko?
I want to note in this particular report, or this reference to the cultural aspects of the waste minimisation plan, and our staff's commitment, if you like, to present aspects of what we can expect to see in He Pou Manawa Ora. And so that really makes me feel happy that you've considered he Paumanawa ora, te tiriti o Waitangi, and our responsibilities as tangata whenua, as kaitiaki of the environment. And so I want to thank you for that. I would also, sort of just ask you to consider when you write these pieces to consider te ture whai mana o te awa, which is a strong reference point that I've seen across a number of our reports. And so that's probably the only thing missing in here. But thank you very much.
So that was a question: is will you fill that gap and make sure it's not missing next time? Excellent question. Okay, I think that's all the questions. So, Councillor Van Osten, you're happy to move with Mayor Paula to second, and we will insert Councillor Anna into that. Excellent. All right.
Chair Angela,
yes.
sorry, I have one question.
Yep.
And apologies if it's been asked. I heard nothing for the last couple of minutes. But I just, how much do we get generally each year from the levy overall?
Oh, so we get around $1 million at the moment, okay. And that will increase as the tonnage rate increases. So we get a percentage of that.
Thanks, Tanya. Cheers.
Great, thank you. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Wilson, question or debate? Yeah, okay, so Councillor Maxine is the mover. Would you like to debate? No. Okay. Councillor, it's the first time I've done that. Mayor Paula, as a seconder.
Yes, I would, thank you. Just like to make a few comments. Hamilton has always been a leader in the space of waste management, with a few other parts of the country also taking good lead, for example, Whangaroa, Raglan. But we know what we've done so far has been really good, but going forward, there is still a lot of scope to deal with New Zealand's waste, and in fact, we must deal with waste across the entire hierarchy. So I'm excited to, albeit ex officio, I'll probably be turning up to this one on a regular basis because I've been passionate about our waste management for 20 odd years. There's a few streams of waste that we are yet to grapple with that we know would make a significant difference to the wellbeing of our community, and this includes construction waste. It also includes exciting opportunities for new technology. Chair O'Leary, as you and I have discussed with the Tetra Pak and the ability around SaveBoard and other products that may come onto the market, which is really exciting. But getting back to the very basics, we need to also start working at the avoid, reduce end of waste. So we're doing disposal, recycle, dispose. I mean, reuse, we're even working in those spaces reasonably well, but what we haven't been doing is working in the reduce end, where we actually reduce the production of waste that we then have to deal with. And I just put on the agenda too, because I bring it up whenever I can when I'm in Wellington and this topic comes to the table, that used tyres remains a significant issue for New Zealand. With our population the way it is, last time I looked at it, there were 3 million waste tyres per year in New Zealand, but I haven't. That's quite an old figure now, so I'm suspecting there'd be more. And unless we start looking at those types of technologies and really finding a whole life cycle around waste, we'll be doing a good job, but we won't be doing a great job. So I'm excited to work in this group with you guys and see how we can turn up the dial to the next waste stream that we should tackle. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I want to take some moment to celebrate Hamilton's innovative companies that actually focus and specialise in waste management. And I think SaveBoard is potentially the nation's leading example in this area, and they're here. They're right here in our backyard. And I know they approached this council middle of last year, pointing out the fact that they would be very keen to be able to take some of our waste that we're currently putting in the ground and actually recycle and produce some amazing products. And in fact, they indicated they would be very happy to cover some of the financial costs to enable this to happen. Time is now ready that we proactively grab this opportunity, and that we could be the first council that actually actively goes out and starts being able to recycle some of this product into waste product, into meaningful product. So I encourage the working group and this committee to look at this closely and grab this opportunity. Grab it with both hands, because I know they're very keen. I know they've got a great product. It's great economic development, and we should be all over it. So I look forward to hearing how it progresses, and that we pick this up and run with it, because we've had it for some time, and let's make the most of it.
Thank you. Councillor Anna.
Kia ora everybody, good morning. I just wanted to quickly, I guess, just thank the staff, because I was just at a workshop on the weekend with Parakuri, and they were talking very positively about our staff and the direction that we're headed in terms of supporting community compost hubs and some of the staff's, I guess, support of that kind of work in our community, with the Fairfield project, Te Papa Nui and Fraser High, all instigating these compost hubs, which of course, you know, it doesn't go against what we're doing on our curbside collection. It just enhances what we're trying to achieve, which is reducing our waste overall and making use of our resources. I also just want to tautoko what Councillor Moko said in regards to Te Ture Whaimana and the importance of that, and also that local procurement and what Ewan has really talked about, because it's so vital to keep everything as local as possible in regards to that circular economy. So it's an exciting space. I agree with Mayor Paula that there's so much possibility in this area to do better by our environment, but also save money in the way that we use our resources better. So just exciting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Chair, just going on from the points that Ewan brought up with the Safe Board, to get products like that successful, groups like the council need to have a slightly different way of thinking and operating to what we've done in the past. So this is something I would like to have a look in, because the biggest problem they will have is overcoming government bureaucracy. And the council probably has a stronger connection to the government bureaucracy, where we might have more influence than Tetra Pak has to be able to do that. And that's where we can add a huge amount of value at no cost, using our connections to push MB into actually making it easier and removing a lot of the obstacles that the creative solutions that New Zealand keeps coming up with get stuck with. And I think that's the best way we can help waste minimisation.
Great, thank you. Can I have a couple of comments? I never forget right a reply, don't worry. Yeah, look, just want to support what everyone has said, and I'm super excited about this panel in particular. You know, and you all know that I have a massive vegetable garden and compost bins and worm farms, and my waste is certainly not zero. But it's pretty good, and I reuse everything, and the worms get all the cardboard that comes into the house. But I'm still really frustrated on the odd occasion that I'd have to go to the transfer centre, and you know, you see in the pit so much plastic that could be recycled, so much cardboard that could be recycled. I think Hamilton's Hamilton did do a great job, and we achieved a lot with diverting food waste in particular. But there's so much more that we should be doing, and I'd love us to innovate, as Councillor Wilson has indicated. One of the key frustrations for me, and I don't think it's for us to sort out, is the National Soft Plastics Program. They just seem to be disappearing fast, the depots for them disappearing faster than certainly it's coming into my house, and I try my best to avoid soft plastics when I go to the supermarket. So there's still that, and I can't remember what the terminology is for that, for the manufacturer created stuff, and I know that's too big for one city, but I think if we let it be known that Hamilton is ready to innovate and has a desire to be innovative, to reduce our waste, I think that puts us in a really good place. I did note again when I went to the transfer centre that there was a massive pile of construction wood and building wood there, and I think that's a new thing that's happening, that's coming out. I think it's wood and one or two other things. Honestly, the pile was enormous, and a previous visit that would have all been going to landfill. So we're getting there slowly and we're doing great work, but so much more to do. So super excited to be on the panel and very supportive of Councillor Casey Cox being on that funding group as well. So with that, that's been moved. Oh, sorry, I just nearly did forget. Councillor Van Austin, right of reply.
Thank you, and thank you, members, for all of your good discussion around this and debate. It's really clear that Hamilton City Council has in the past been a real leader in our waste management and minimisation, and has been held up in the country, and in fact received awards at which I was present to receive it, and felt very proud of the effort that our staff and our council are doing to support this kaupapa. So there's a lot to be proud of, but we cannot be complacent, because just as we are taking a lead, others are catching up, and there's many, many more opportunities for us to be able to explore. And so I'm fully in support of the working group, and challenge you to come back with some innovative, exciting and forward-thinking opportunities for us to consider as council, and how we might be able to deliver on the real goals that we're looking to achieve. Mayor Paula talks about tyres, Deputy Mayor talks about construction waste. Only 50% of our householders use the garbage recycling, your little green bin, your food waste. And, we can all do better, and we can all be much better champions for this. So let's really support the work that this working group can do. And I also call out Anna's debate as well, and that confirms to me the reason that she will be an excellent representative for us on that funding committee. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let's go to the electronic system to vote. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
That's great, thank you very much. We'll make sure that we do call that out for online viewers, of course. All right, item 7, page 40, Project Watershed Update. I know that Mayor Southgate will be interested in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no one. Who did we lose? Louise. Oh, right. Okay. Right, so we'll just hand over to staff. Thank you. No, it's physical quorum, needs to be 8, but we're okay. Right.
Kia ora everybody, ko Fiona Toko Ingoa. I am the Head of Operations and Process for the Three Waters team. The purpose of today's report is to seek approval from the committee to submit the Project Watershed 2022-23 Quarter 2 report and 23-24 one-year plan to Waikato Regional Council, and to also inform the committee about the initiation of discussions by staff with Waikato Regional Council on the development of a new Project Watershed Service Level Agreement. With me today, my reporter, Unit Director, Three Waters, To provide some context, Project Watershed is a joint plan of work between HCC and Waikato Regional Council to ensure a holistic approach to river management. There is a formal service level agreement signed in 2016. This agreement has an automatic renewal clause and was automatically renewed in 2018 and 2021. The current renewed term expires 30 June 2024. Under the SLA, Hamilton provides services on behalf of Waikato Regional Council with a focus on river management, soil conservation and flood protection in Hamilton's catchments. Our agreement requires Hamilton staff to provide reports quarterly and annually to WRC detailing the progress with our agreed works program. A copy of our Q1 report can be found in Attachment 1. It was submitted in October 2022, and a copy of the Q2 report can be found in Attachment 2. We are seeking approval from the committee to submit the report. The SLA also requires the review and revision of a one-year work program each financial year. The works are undertaken by both Parks and Recreation team and the Three Waters team within HCC. As required by the SLA, an annual plan of works has been developed collaboratively with WRC staff. An outline of the proposed plan for the next financial year, 23-24, can be found in Attachment 4 and contains a high-level description of the projects in the proposed budget. We are seeking approval to submit this plan. Under the SLA, there is a requirement that both parties meet to discuss the renewal or termination of the SLA as outlined in the report. Staff are intending to initiate discussions with Waikato Regional Council in relation to the development of a new agreement rather than a renewed term. At this point, I'll take the report as read. Mairi and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Fiona. It looks like Mayor Paula has stepped out. Or has she just got camera off? No, okay. All right, so we'll go to questions from Councillor Casey Cox first.
Kia ora, thank you for the report. I'm really interested in this project and work. And I'm wondering, I guess, one of the things I've been involved with through the years is the gully restoration work, and some concerns from people in that in the community around the treatment of streams through the gullies, in that there's much more of an engineering approach potentially than an ecological approach. I'm just asking really, is that a shift that you're seeing in this work towards a more, I guess, ecological approach to the streams than previous?
Absolutely, that's absolutely the intent, is to provide a holistic approach to management of the streams and gullies of the city to protect both the environment and the infrastructure of the stormwater passage for our city.
So there's more ecologists on the team now than balancing with the engineers?
We're doing our best.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Thank you. And I guess just a question around the climate. I noticed in the report there's not a very big description about the climate statement, and I was kind of surprised by that. I would see this as hugely important work for the, especially climate adaptation aspect of our work. So just a query on that. Is it perhaps just a new learning for staff to make those statements and a little bit more comprehensive in the reports?
Yes, we'll certainly take that feedback on and ensure that in future reports that section is expanded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Stevie.
I'm not sure I'll get this question out. We'll try. So it was just following on from Councillor Casey Cox. I was interested in this work is going to be becoming more important in terms of climate adaptation. Are we reviewing the overall program to see if it's fit for purpose in terms of the scale of work we're doing as we go forward?
Yes, I think it's really critical in terms of the process that we want to start around renewing the agreement or coming up with a new agreement, that we can ensure that those aspects are really covered well in that new agreement. So obviously the current agreement has been effective since it was established in 2016, but it is now time to kind of have another look and see how it can be improved moving forward.
Okay, yep, she's nodding, so that must have answered the question. Right, if there are no other questions on this item, the recommendation's on page 40. That's pretty clear. Can I have a move? Oh, Anna's already voted. Can I have a, Councillor Casey Cox, do you want to move it? Yes? And so can I have a seconder? Councillor Thompson will second. So it's been moved and seconded. Can we please vote on the board? Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, are you able to use your voting buttons, or have they disappeared?
Has he got gremlins?
Yes, no, sorry. I'm just in a unstable internet here, and I'm just having a bit of a problem. Can I vote like this for this one?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
The motion is carried
What's all that?
unanimously.
Welcome, Councillor Taylor, to the meeting. I've just been asking the committee in the chamber and online to use the electronic voting because we are very thin on the ground for governance, and it makes it easier as well. Everybody's sick at the moment, so. But if you can't, just raise hands, that's fine. All right, so thanks everyone. We are due to, we're up to Waka Kotahi, but they are here at 11. So we can start on item 9, which is a submission. That's not too bad. Yeah, I think we can do that one. Because we're having morning tea after Waka Kotahi's presentation, correct? Okay, let's try that. We could do it first. So let's try the submission first. So we'll go to item 9 on page 67. And we've got Robin Denton. Okay, that's okay. Are they coming physically or? No, they're online. Okay, that's all right.
So
well,
we may be able to get them
yep.
a little earlier.
All good. Okay. All right, over to you, Robin.
Just logged out.
Oh, that's always the way.
Okay. Good morning, councillors. Robin Denton from the transport team. So this item is really for members' information. Late last year, Waka Kotahi put out an interim state highway speed management plan to cover off the 22 and 23 financial years. That was similar to work to what we've been doing with updating our speed management plan for the city. So within that, they had a number of proposals around the country, and in Hamilton they had proposed speed limit reductions for most of our schools. There was one missing, so our submission fairly much was we requested them to consider including that final school so that we could have all schools covered in the city at one point. And we also noted that they were in the process of developing their next the 2024 onwards to feed into the, in effect, NLTP or long-term plan process. So also asked them to look at considering 30k speed limits in those shopping areas such as the Dinsdale shops. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Robin. Right, let's go to any questions. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm happy to second that. I don't see any questions yet from members. Just in terms of the Dinsdale Shopping Centre, that Dinsdale Residents Action Group have been asking for this as well, I think, haven't they?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so that's great. All right, so there are no further questions on this one. So with that, that's been moved and seconded. Let's go, Councillor Wilson, no debate. Let's go to the vote then. I don't think there is going to be any debate on that one.
The motion is carried unanimously.
All right, we're still, I'm not sure that we will get through this next one. We may have to, I mean, I'm just picking that, we may have to adjourn and take waka kotahi, but if everyone's happy to do that, I'm sure we can manage to adjourn an item and park it for other presentation.
Councillor, sorry, Deputy Mayor, would you like to see if waka kotahi are available? Are they online?
Amy's keeping. No.
Okay.
Look, let's just bear on and see how we go, eh? So we're on to item 10. Now this is page 79. This was requested by the committee last term. Now there's a lot of information in this report. There are two main things here. There's the information that we asked back on the impacts of the wider transportation network from the expressway opening and the final connection. And then there's the Gordington Road and Wairere Drive recommendation for safety improvements. Now, I think it would be better if we can deal with. I believe the intersection will. The questions around that will be more robust. So, can we just dispose first of questions just from the information on the expressway and the impacts, and then let's deal with the Gordington road intersection, because there may be a motion as well just on that specific, if that works.
So, Madam Chair, just procedurally, you're splitting it?
Just for easier flow of questions, yes, yeah. So the information on the Wairere Drive, what do you call it? The expressway, pretty much is sort of from page 81. All of the data and the impacts, etc., goes through to 83, 84.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, even when it goes, because I'm aware that there is a suggested motion, I'm wondering if it isn't best to separate the two things, because I would certainly want to,
Yes. So pretty much let's park the questions from the bottom of page 85 onwards, because that deals with the Gordington Road intersection. So just on the information that I have said from sort of page 81 forward on the impacts. Robin, how about you just give us a bit of a highlight of the information in your report on that item?
Okay. So I guess for members, there's a little bit of information about what the WEX, is known as Waikato Expressway alignment around the city, looks like, and that's in the map under clause 23. So that was the final major section for the Waikato Expressway to get through and past Cambridge. That included some key access points into the city. Some of those were existing and upgrading of those, and some of those were new. There had been obviously a lot of work done in the development of that expressway and those intersection and connection points, and therefore projection of increased traffic flows, such as the Gordington intersection. Resolution Drive was one that we had already started many years ago in the city and allowed for that final connection to go up through to the north. So overall, there were some changes in the traffic flows around the city, and they are probably best viewed under clause 31 on page 84, with the green showing the sort of decrease in traffic flow, the red showing the increase. What we have noted, and it's something that's continuing to settle as people get to develop their new favourite routes in and out of town. But it's also influenced, as traffic flow always is around the city, by works that are happening in around the city. So, for example, we've got works happening at the moment at Cobham-Cambridge intersection. So that's having a bit of an influence on where people are coming in from the south. So some more coming further up and hooking in through Ruakura instead. So we are intending to carry on doing some detailed modelling. We've got all of the smart equipment out there to do that. And we'll be just looking to see what we actually get as a settled base point, I guess, for moving forward.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Kia ora, Robin. I just had some questions about on page 81 paragraph 18, talks about machine learning.
Yes.
I just had a few questions about that, if that's all right.
Yes.
How long have we been using machine learning to be able to kind of model expected congestion?
It's not so much modelling, but is to recognise it. So that's been underway for a couple of years now in our small team that we have that run our Transport Operations Centre. So that's basically recognising what normal looks like on the network, and that normal takes into account the day of the week, because that varies over that time of day, obviously, but also recognises things like school holidays and the fact that that has a big influence on traffic flows. So all of that, along with the other information that's coming into the system, such as requests for service and those sorts of things, enable us to proactively manage. It's not quite proactively, but reactively manage in a very timely manner where things are going a little bit differently, and therefore respond to that.
Because usually with machine learning, you need thousands or preferably tens of thousands of data sets to be able to sort of make the machine learning work.
Yes.
Are we there yet, or would it require longer time?
No, it's working now.
Okay.
Yes, so we've got, so as part of this, we put out more sensors specifically out on the expressway network and those key points, but we've got other sensors throughout the city, and we've got sensors, we're working with the likes of Wakakotahi, Waikato District, Waipa, so it's something that's continuing to grow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidi-Rolfe.
Hi, Robin. Are there sensors on Ruakura Road?
I have to look at my very small map. There were sensors put in around the Ruakura interchange, yes.
And so we are tracking the traffic coming in to the city on Ruakura Road itself down to Wairere Drive,
yes.
Te Araha Street. Because I'm guessing that the map that you're talking about on page point 31, because it's a newer road, there's not there was no traffic to compare it to before the interchange was opened.
Yes, so for Pardoa particularly, that shows up most dramatically, as you say. There was really no traffic there previously,
Yeah.
So that's why it shows the biggest change.
Okay.
Yes.
And a random question, but when you're coming down the expressway, the Pardoa Chartwell exit has the main signage for Hamilton Gardens.
Yes.
Any idea why it's on that exit and not the southern exit, closer to the gardens?
So at the time of working that up, it was felt that it was easier for people who weren't familiar with the city to basically come off at that and then hook into Wairere Drive and come down through there, and it's putting them on a really good quality network with other good signage and that sort of thing. So the Wairere Drive provides them with that really good direct access into, now that we've got Wairere Cobham all open, it pops them right in at the front doorstep basically, rather than trying to meander their way through Ruakura sort of area. So it was considered the most direct
And
route.
because the other exit would be the southern interchange, right? You can't
no.
exit off there?
No. So
it has to be Ruakura or
Pardoa. You're only two. Yes, the southern one doesn't give you any access.
Okay. So, I mean, is that still an option if Pardoa is showing such massive increases? Have we thought about using Ruakura instead?
We can have a look, but I don't think that would make too much difference to the actual traffic flows. When you have an event on at the gardens, potentially, but generally for your visitor numbers, I don't think that having that signed would make a lot of difference. Most people
use
Google
as a map app in their phone and just follow the instructions.
Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Robin, can I just ask, in terms of the data that we're collecting of overall traffic flows, does that data enable us to know around how much heavy vehicles, with freight and distribution and stuff like that, have been moved from using inner city roads out to the expressway?
Yes, so we get specific data, so it's called ERUCs, so that's the road user charges. There's a tool basically that most truck operators have in their vehicles now. That's how they purchase their road user charges. And so we purchased that data, and there was, I believe, in the attachments, a specific one talking about where the freight was coming and going.
No, did I not see that?
From memory, heavy vehicles. So page 100 was where we looked specifically at where the heavy vehicles used to come in and out of the city. We'll move their way through.
Oh, I see. Yep, I missed that one.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, so
That's
that
good.
is certainly something that
Yeah.
we do keep an eye on.
Yeah, great. Okay, all right, well, that looks like that's questions for that. But thanks, committee, that's made it nice and clean and tidy for us to deal with. So let's move through into, from page 85. So now we're going to talk about Gordington Wairere Drive intersection. And then if there are any motions, I don't think I've seen any yet, but that doesn't mean they might not come on this one. So Robin, if you can talk to us about your reasoning behind the recommendation approving A for that roundabout, and then we can go to questions.
Thank you. So I guess for the information for members who weren't here when this item first came up, similar to the process that we're going to be working through today with our low-cost, low-risk program, we presented what was planned for this current year back in May. We had proposed to do some improvements at this intersection, and we're asked to just hang off on that pending the outcome of the Waikato Expressway opening and understanding what the traffic flows were like through this particular intersection. So that was the first half of the report. The second half of the report provides some information, particularly for this intersection, the changes that have resulted from having Pārdoa opened through to the expressway. I believe that the question that was being asked was whether a roundabout was going to be fit for purpose longer term, and whether we needed to look at changing that to traffic signals. The roundabouts work best when you have relatively even traffic flows. With the opening of Pārdoa, there has been quite a rebalancing of the flows, except for Crosby Road, of course, which is always going to be the lower traffic volumes. And that's we tried to illustrate that in clause 45 of the report on page 88. We looked at the options that are available, given the crash patterns that we have at this particular site. It does have a relatively high number of crashes, and that was why it was identified through the low cost, low risk program in the Road to Zero activity for improvements. And so the options that we had identified when we worked through was as outlined in clause 73, there were three options there. The first one being the proposed raised safety platforms to support some lower speeds on the vehicles approaching into the intersection. The second one was installation, so retaining the roundabout and putting traffic signals on the approaches. Now that works well when you're trying to manage congestion, but generally you don't have them operating 24/7. So in your lower peak flow times, you would not have those traffic signals operating, and therefore they wouldn't have any influence on speed. And if you had a green light and, you know, the vehicles could still be approaching at speed, so that wasn't felt to be such a desirable outcome, or achieving the outcomes that we wanted, sorry.
The third one is a removal of the existing roundabout and putting traffic signals in place. In order to be safe, if you were putting traffic signals in place, you would need to put raised safety platforms or raise the whole intersection. This intersection being a 5-legged roundabout makes it, or 5 legs coming into an intersection makes it very hard to signalise, so you would have to seriously look at closing one of those. Crosby Road would be the logical one from a traffic flow perspective and role in the network. The difficulty we have with Crosby Road is that it does have the fire station, a fire emergency in Crosby, and this is their access via Crosby Road into the really good network for getting around the city efficiently. That's why they like that particular location. The other thing is the expense, because you would have to fill in a big hole that's currently in place, providing the separated walking and cycling facilities, and redo all of that. So without doing any high level of work, we think that's in the order of 15 million plus. So it's well beyond the low cost, low risk type work, and is certainly not any work that we currently have any indication of undertaking in the current long-term plan.
Great, thanks Robin. And there is a motion from Councillor Naidoo-Rofe, and I asked Amy to circulate that, so that is, you'll see, it's basically the staff recommendation with a C, which is in red, so I'll let everyone have a read of that as we work our way through our questions. So Councillor Naidoo-Rofe.
Just question regarding the immediate safety improvements that we talk about, point 71, with the lower speed limit and the guardrail improvements.
Yes.
When's that happening?
So the lower speed limit was considered through the traffic panel on 22nd of February.
Yeah.
So that's a piece of work that we're doing around the city where we have multiple speed limits coming into a site, and we're trying to get the lower one in place. The guardrail improvements are scheduled to start mid this week or late early next.
So, all right, and the guardrail improvements, so I understand that speed entering the roundabout is the concern, and I see the number of crashes from the northbound lane. Have cars actually ended up down there? And will the new guardrail prevent that from happening, or how does that work?
No, so guardrails typically are designed to, are typically alongside a straight or a curved piece of road and are designed to be hit at a slight angle, not a head-on.
Got you.
So the work that we're doing, so there's been improvements in the technology around guardrails. This will make them stronger, but and we've called on expertise nationally, including Waka Kotahi for this. They are not prepared to say that the guardrail improvements alone are sufficient to stop vehicles going into that area. It will certainly decrease the chances, but what they are saying is that we need to manage the speeds into it, and that will, the combination of improving the guardrail and reducing the speeds is the best solution that we can come up with for, we can't 100% eliminate it, but reducing that risk as much as possible.
And are those incidences majority from the one approach? I'm just trying to work out, like, have we done enough to alert people at night that there's a roundabout coming, in terms of flashing lights or whatever else you could use?
So we've done quite a lot of work. So primarily it's the vehicles travelling north up Gordonton Road. We have gone out there and we've put additional signs up. We've doubled up the signs. We have increased the size of the signs. That's both as you approach it, and we've also put additional yellow chevron, the arrow signs. We've put a pile of extra signs in there as well. And we're still getting these incidents happen.
Okay. And sorry, last question. Have we ever looked at speed cameras?
So speed cameras currently are managed by, well, they have been previously managed by police. They're in the process of being handed over to Waka Kotahi. The trouble we have at the moment is speed cameras only pick you up if you're going greater than the speed limit. So the speed limit for that intersection has been 80 k's up till recently. So we've lowered that to 50, but even at that speed, people are, likely to still be losing control. So speed cameras may have an impact. Your ability to actually get the speed camera in place is going to be difficult. But we're still waiting on Waka Kotahi to roll out their program of, they're calling it a safety camera program. So that's both speed and the red light type cameras. So we're hoping to get some information on that reasonably soon to feed into the next LTP period.
Okay. Thanks, Robin.
Thank you. Councillor Hart?
Thank you. I just noted in the engagement page you said Bike Hamilton. Was that supposed to be Bike Waikato?
Quite possibly, sorry.
And then I just sort of following on from Kesha's questions, I noted that in the options, it was only option A that really said the raised safety platforms would force people to slow down, whereas the other options, the traffic signals wouldn't reduce crash risk when the speeds are higher, and option C suggested, still said a potential for higher speeds. And just as a cyclist who has used that underpass, I can't really comprehend a car. If I was using that and a car came overhead through the guardrail, I don't know what I would possibly do as a defensive cyclist to possibly mitigate that. So just wanting to clarify that the raised safety platforms are the preferred option for slowing speeds so that they don't go through the guardrail?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any, I suppose there's not really any signage you can put in the underpass to warn cyclists? Like that's not really a...
No, I guess...
It's scary to read, wouldn't it?
Yes, I guess...
But it has happened though, right? It has...
It has happened, yes. Our preference would be to try and proactively manage it such that the cars are coming into the intersection at a slower speed.
Yeah.
That will help with any crashes that occur generally within the roundabout, but it would also reduce the risk if they do then hit the guardrail of them actually going through.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bidder?
Thank you, Chair. So 33,900 people manage to drive through there safely every day. The accidents that have occurred, do we know if drugs, alcohol, racing, fleeing from the cops, stuff like that was a factor in those accidents, and whether that would still have happened or an accident would have happened somewhere anyway?
I guess taking the safe system approach, that is a possibility, but we have the ability to do some changes to this to reduce the risk of the crash occurring, and certainly the risk of any vehicles going through into that central roundabout. So through the Road to Zero program, we proactively look at where we're having those deaths and serious injury type crashes and look to address them, and that's why this project's come up.
Yep. So a driver on drugs, say, who's speeding along into the intersection, hits a raised platform at speed because they haven't slowed down because they're on drugs. Are they likely to lose control and have an accident as a result of that?
Probably no more than what they are through having got to that location anyway. There's other campaigns and work being done to address the alcohol, drug type issues. and as was asked by one of the previous speakers, the use of speed cameras is another tool in the toolkit that we'll be working with Waka Kotahi to try and get some of those around the city as well.
Yeah, my concern is that giving someone a speed camera fine after they've driven through the intersection at speed because they're on drugs, because we don't have drugs testing, or we've had alcohol testing for 30 years and people are still doing it.
Is this a question? Sorry, Councillor, question?
Do you see that as having an impact? Excuse the pun for impact.
Sorry, I actually missed. What was the question? Sorry.
Like if we consider speed cameras, for instance, giving a person a speed camera fine after they've crashed, do you think that's going to reduce the number of crashes?
I think that if people are aware of speed cameras and their locations, and the intention is for all speed cameras to be well signed and well publicised, then that will probably moderate quite a few people's behaviour. That's certainly what we have seen elsewhere in the country.
This roundabout was a huge construction project when it was done. How can we have confidence in the future that roundabouts will be designed appropriately if within the short time period of the lifetime of this roundabout we're looking at such significant changes?
The changes proposed for this intersection I don't consider significant. Putting raised safety platforms on the approaches to roundabouts and on the approaches to traffic signals is now considered a normal approach. So any new roundabouts or traffic signals will have those sorts of devices included as a standard component.
Over the last 20 years we shifted from having lights controlled intersections to having a lot more roundabouts, and are we now shifting back to lights controlled intersections?
No, I think it depends. It's a case by case for each intersection, and roundabouts, for example, are very efficient at moving vehicles, particularly where you've got relatively even traffic flows, and where you've got room to put the grade separated facilities for walking and cycling, then they provide a great level of service for those users. In some of our urban situations, we don't have as much room to provide those, particularly the separated facilities. And so we have to work on each case on its merits. The good thing about roundabouts is that the types of crashes that we have tend to be less, result in less trauma because of those lower impact speeds and the lower angles of impact. So I'd say that it really depends on the intersection and the situation you're dealing with, whether you've got greenfields opportunities or whether you're trying to retrofit into an existing environment.
So Councillor, but I'm just going to, can we park the remaining questions? Sure. I want to give Councillor Taylor an opportunity, because then we do, for questions, and then we do have what we're going to adjourn like we agreed, because well not adjourn, but we're going to move because Waka Kotahi are online, and I want to get their presentation done, which may help inform the conversation. So, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. Robin, just can you tell me about the analysis staff have done on the impact of the raised platforms on traffic and on waiting times at the roundabout, particularly in peak times? What analysis has been done on that, on the impact?
So we haven't done analysis on this particular intersection. Based on our observations of other locations where we have raised safety platforms, both at traffic signals and at roundabouts, the impact on traffic flow is very minimal. It's adding a second or two to people's time. What it does often do, particularly for roundabouts, is reduces the speed at which vehicles are coming into those intersections, balances so all the approaches have equal speed, and actually means that the flows work better. And the Te Araha Grey intersection is an example of that, where one of the legs used to have quite a domineering effect on the intersection because of the speed that one particular leg could come in. By putting raised safety platforms, they were all made even for the approach speeds, and actually that intersection is now working better.
So it's some at the driver at the Thomas Road, Horsham Downs intersection would probably disagree with you in terms of waiting times and the delays that one has caused. Shouldn't we be doing some detailed analysis on the impact on waiting times and delays before we go ahead with putting raised platforms on here?
As I stated, we're only expecting 1 or 2 seconds. The Thomas Horsham Downs intersection.
But we haven't done any analysis on this particular roundabout.
The Thomas.
We haven't done any analysis on it.
No, we haven't done any analysis. The Thomas Horsham roundabout is different because we took out a dedicated left turn at that intersection, and that would have made a difference to the traffic flow. We're not changing any of the lane or capacity at this intersection. The other thing that Thomas Horsham is currently suffering from is there is roadworks in Borman Road happening, which means that there is more traffic coming down through that way. So that has had an impact on how that intersection is performing as well.
Okay, last question. Thanks, Chair Angela.
Yep.
How long would it take, Robin, to do some analysis on this particular roundabout on the impact of these raised platforms on traffic flow on the network?
I'm not aware of what sort of analysis would be done, so I'd have to find that out, but that would be something that we could look into and get done quickly.
Well, how often do we make plans for intersections without analysing the impact?
As I stated earlier, we are not expecting impacts of any more than 1 to 2 seconds increase in traffic flow time, and that would therefore not be something that we would analyse.
So is it just guesswork we're working off at the moment, or?
It's based on experience on other sites.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to park everyone else's questions. We've got Waka Kotahi, and they are on a limited time. So we've asked for them to present their slides, which start from page 252, but it's really important that we have a bit of time for questions, and then once we've done that, we're going to take morning tea and then come back to that item. And members, this is for us, let's stick to the Road to Zero presentation. This is to give us an understanding of the national program and how we align. So welcome, Fabian, to our meeting. Thank you for presenting. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. Just firstly, just want to check, I think I can see in the background the presentation is available for people. Is that working fine, the share screen?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So I'm Fabian Marsh, Senior Manager for Road Safety within Waka Kotahi. My background has been to support MOT, Ministry of Transport, in developing Road to Zero. Myself and my team were very much involved in shaping up and developing the strategy at the time. My role was to compile all of the feedback from Waka Kotahi and input into the strategy, and working very closely with the Ministry of Transport. I'm going to touch a little bit on, I guess, the key aspects of how the Road to Zero strategy was modelled and what sits behind the various targets. And that was the work that was done through my team, so happy to take any questions on that later on. So first of all, just wanted to kick off with Road to Zero. What is it? I won't spend too much time on that. I want to get into some of the detail, particularly around what have we set ourselves as national targets, and then how does that cascade and roll through into local delivery. So Road to Zero sets us on a path towards Vision Zero. That means that effectively we're working towards an Aotearoa New Zealand where no one is killed or seriously injured on our roads at some future point in time that extends beyond the strategy itself. What the strategy does do is it sets us an interim target to reduce death and serious injury on our network by 40%. And that target is a challenging but achievable target. And I'll talk more about how that's being developed in a moment. Vision Zero is obviously based on the ethical premise that no one deserves to die or be seriously injured. But people do make mistakes, and there are ways that we can design the system to accommodate those mistakes. And that's the challenge to us as decision makers and designers to be able to implement those best practices to make the system and the transport network as safe as possible. So the Road to Zero is underpinned by the Safe System approach to road safety, which are proven principles, and those principles are adopted by those leading jurisdictions around the world. Road to Zero itself, as well as the supporting action plans, then sets the framework for the key programs and deliverables and interventions that we're aiming to roll out to achieve that safe system over time. So I wanted to just take a moment to recognise the real leadership role that Hamilton and Hamilton City Council have taken in the past. It's really great to see that you have adopted a Vision Zero approach. I also see with some of the text here, there are some specific interventions that you've implemented that are certainly leading throughout Australasia, but also globally. I'll talk a little bit more about those later on. I want to recognise the great work that Hamilton has done. And I think you should feel proud that people are being saved and prevented from being exposed to serious injury as a consequence and as a result of some of the great decisions that you have made. So I just want to take you through a little bit more about Road to Zero, and then we'll come back to that. As I mentioned, the vision is one where no one is killed or seriously injured on our roads. That's an aspirational but future-facing vision, and supported by a 40% target. So the 40% target is achievable. There's a lot of modelling that was undertaken to develop that. Around the time, it was Associate Minister Genter at the time in 2018 that asked the ministry to develop Road to Zero. As part of that, my team and our team worked very closely with ministry to shape up the various interventions to take forward. And the ministry set up around 5 working groups, which were based around the focus areas such as speed and infrastructure, safer vehicles, safer road users, and those sorts of aspects. And within that, there were around 200 industry representatives from right across New Zealand that fed into that process. And that process involved pulling together a number of interventions and recommendations, effectively a wish list of what we could potentially consider to contribute to Road to Zero. Our team then took those recommendations and put some rigour around that and looked at what does the international evidence tell us around what works. And we looked at those interventions for which we do actually have robust research and analytics around to be able to model, but also looking at those interventions that on their own would represent a reasonable, significant level of death and serious injury reduction, so at least 5%. So we put together around a dozen interventions and dialed those up in combinations, and we're able to then identify a program that would allow us to achieve the 40% target. And within that modelling, one of the key areas is there's obviously a lot of activity that's being delivered through Road to Zero, but there are 5 key interventions that are going to make the most significant impact in terms of reducing death and serious injury. I'll just take through those right now. So one of those is strengthening road policing. Obviously, the more that we can do to provide a strong police presence on the network is going to provide that general deterrence that is needed to drive behaviour change. Research is clear, people won't change their behaviour just because they become aware of an issue or because they are subjected to more education. They also need a stimulus to change their behaviour, and that comes through a real combination of education and enforcement. And obviously there's a lot of work there that the police can be doing to make sure that they're achieving their targets, such as 3 million breast screening tests per annum across the country, 80,000 mobile camera hours. Those sorts of levels of interventions are what we've set as targets through the National Road Safety Partnership Program, and we work closely with the police to achieve those targets. Speed management is absolutely key. in terms of Safe System itself, Envision Zero is ultimately about managing speed in one form or another, whether that be through physical separation, using infrastructure like median barriers that can actually physically prevent the crash from happening, or where we can't separate those conflicts, we need to manage speed so that people aren't subjected to harmful forces, which I'll talk more about in a moment. So you'll note the new rule that came into effect in May last year, and the Road to Zero edition of the Speed Management Guide, which is now available to help various local authorities, as well as Waka Kotahi as an RCA, to develop speed management plans. Investment in infrastructure is obviously key. The types of interventions you can see on the screen are very key on our higher volume rural roads, like median barriers. We're also looking at intersection improvements such as roundabouts, raised safety platforms for intersections, as well as at pedestrian crossings. And just to give you a sense, the program that's set out in the government policy statement on investment in land transport signals around a $10 billion investment in road safety over the 10 years. Roughly $4 to $4.5 billion of that goes to road policing. Around $1 billion goes towards safety cameras. There's around $750 million goes towards road safety promotion, or the educational activities that we do to bring, for instance, young drivers through the licensing program. But it also includes a $5 billion speed and infrastructure program. And the key targets we've set at a national level for speed infrastructure is we need to target at least 10,000 kilometres of speed management across the network. And that 10,000 kilometres represents the highest risk parts of the network, or those parts of the network that we're going to get the greatest benefits. And our modelling shows that if we target those 10,000 kilometres, we'll get about 80% of the overall death and serious injury reduction that is achievable by managing speed across the whole network. So it's really vital that we're not only managing speed across the network, but we're really targeting those higher risk roads. Within that, we've also got a target for 1,000 kilometres of median barrier, which is substantial in itself, but ultimately only represents about 10% of state highways, or 1% of the overall network. So there's a lot more that we need to do there. When it comes to infrastructure at intersections, we're looking at around 1,300 intersection improvements, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, but we're looking at things like roundabouts and raised safety platforms, and I'll talk about why that is in a moment. Supporting infrastructure and speed, obviously, and enforcement is safety cameras, so we are working on that program at the moment. The Tackling Unsafe Speeds program has signalled a transfer of safety cameras from the police to Waka Kotahi. We're working on that at the moment. And then a substantial increase in the coverage of cameras across the network. And again, that will come into play once we have the new infringement processing systems and the transfer in place. And lastly, encouraging people into safer and clean cars. So we can do that by influencing purchasing decisions, which you will have seen about a lot of the advertising done around star ratings and why they're important, and why purchasing a vehicle that's safe is so important. But we're also working with the Ministry of Transport at the moment on implementing some safety standards for vehicles. And we're progressing well on two particular standards around lane keep assist and automatic emergency braking, which are two interventions and technologies we see playing a key role in improving the safety of our vehicle fleet. So the key point here is really there is no silver bullet. There is no single thing that we can go to that's going to solve the problem. We need to be working on all of these, and we need to be working on all of these at pace. And ultimately, the combination of these things is what's needed to protect people on our roads, and that will be supported by a regulatory framework as well as promoting good road user behaviour. The challenge, though, is whilst we know what to do, and the modelling provides a clear indication of how much we need to do, currently we're not delivering fast enough. There was some talk in the media around Christmas in particular, some reflections on whether or not the strategy is working. Just like Safer Journeys before Road to Zero, the strategy is sound. It's based on international best practice evidence. The issue is we're not delivering it fast enough. Where we are implementing Road to Zero, where we've installed road safety platforms in Hamilton, where we've lowered speed limits in Blenheim to Nelson, we're seeing good reductions in death and serious injury. The challenge is that we're not delivering as fast as needed. So at the moment, we're probably not on track to deliver a 40% target. That is a risk for us at the moment. So the first thing is to focus on accelerating that to give us confidence that we'll achieve the 40% target. But also, if we're not going as fast as we can, there's a lost opportunity. A faster pathway towards that target will mean more people prevented from death and serious injury. So not only is achieving the target important, the faster we can get to that target, the more people will be saved. So I just want to talk a little bit about the SAFE system. You've probably, and no doubt, seen the principles previously. I want to really focus on the second one, which is around how we design for human vulnerability. But I'll just go through some of these in a moment. And the key thing here is that the key message, I guess, is errors are inevitable, but death and serious injuries are not. So we promote good choices with people. We continue to help people through the driver licensing regime. We have enforcement out there to help encourage people to make the right choice. But people still make mistakes. And I just want to reflect on a personal experience from myself. I think a really good example of a mistake is someone pulling out of a side road at an intersection. And I did just that a few years ago when I was out at Napier. And I was pulling out of Watchman Road, which is very close to the airport there. And it's just on the end of the expressway. And I would consider myself a reasonable driver. I'm certainly got a pretty good understanding of what the risks are. I pulled out of that intersection and had a very near miss because I had misjudged the gap. I would say that the driver coming along towards the intersection wasn't speeding, but at that speed, which would have been 100 kilometres an hour, if an impact occurred, I most likely would have ended up either a serious injury or worse. And I think, unfortunately, those sorts of mistakes too often do lead to serious injury outcomes or worse. So what I would highlight there is that intersection was previously had a right turn bay, and a decision was made many years ago not to put in a roundabout there because of the trade-off between traffic efficiency and safety. That intersection very quickly became our highest black spot intersection, our worst intersection in the country from a safety perspective. Since then, although it's taken 10 to 20 years, there's now a roundabout there and the problem's going away. And I think that shows the power of a safe system and how engineering can influence driver behaviour and reduce death and serious injury. So this is the key point I wanted to make, is the evidence is pretty clear that we need to prevent people from being exposed to high forces. People aren't designed to withstand high impact speeds, and therefore we should be protecting people that are pedestrians from impacts above 30 kilometres an hour, side impacts above 50 kilometres an hour, and head-on crashes above 70 kilometres an hour. I'll just play a little bit of a video here to sort of visualise that a little bit more.
You're going to survive that, are you?
So that's the head-on risk. I'll just do the side-on and then we'll move on for time.
Ooh. That's a good video.
So now the side impact. So this is based on international as well as local research on what constitutes a survivable impact. There's 4 key crash types that make up the vast majority, about 85 to 90% of our death and serious injury. That's head-on crashes, run-off road crashes, intersection crashes, and pedestrian and cyclist crashes. And we know for each of those there's a limit to how much people can withstand in terms of forces, and that's outlined in the table. So that table forms a key part of what constitutes a safe and appropriate speed in the speed management guide. And ultimately, a safe and appropriate speed limit is a limit that is safe according to the safe system limits and the injury tolerance that people can withstand, as well as aligning to community wellbeing objectives and movement and place function with regards to how the roads are actually operating in terms of road use. Just a key point to make here, I guess, is that reducing vehicle speed is one option. As I mentioned, separating the conflict is the other, but it's not possible to do that everywhere. If we can only install 1,000 kilometres of median barrier to provide physical separation over the next 7 or so years out to 2030, that still leaves a lot of the network where we aren't able to physically separate those crashes, and hence the need to look at speed management as our key option. So reducing vehicle speed not only reduces trauma, the evidence for that is overwhelming, it also helps us reduce emissions, which is obviously another key objective. Ultimately, that then supports safer, healthier environment for all, particularly in your urban centres, and there's some great work done in Hamilton to make that area a lot more forgiving and a nicer environment for people to move around, whether it's walking or cycling. That then helps increase walking and cycling, which also then has a positive flow-on effect of reducing the need on vehicle travel in certain areas. The other element is that a small change in travel speed has a relatively large change in the stopping distance, a much larger change in the impact speed, a still larger change in impact energy, and overall a very large change in the probability of death or serious injury. So what we know is that if we can reduce the average speed at a particular location, we'll reduce the risk of serious injury by around, if we reduce average speeds by about 10%, we'll reduce the risk of a fatality by about 40% and the risk of a serious injury by about 30%. Now, that's very well articulated international research, but we're also seeing very clear examples of similar results, if not better, here in New Zealand. So we've done some evaluation of some of our rural roads and found that lowering speed limits from 100 kilometres an hour to 80 kilometres an hour, doing nothing else, has actually helped us achieve more than a 30% reduction in death and serious injury. So just moving on, we all have a shared responsibility. Obviously, road users need to continue to make safe choices. We need them to be riding responsibly and driving responsibly. But at the same time, we effectively, the decisions that we make effectively design the system that road users are working within. So at Waka Kotahi, we're looking at how we provide guidance around speed management, and that's our speed management guide. Council staff, elected members have a role in how we set speed limits and how we roll out infrastructure that's going to help shape the safety of the road network. And again, police have a key role there to encourage safe road use. So I just wanted to close out now with a couple of examples around race safety platforms, because I acknowledge that for New Zealand, these are relatively new. I would highlight, though, that New Zealand is seen as doing effectively some really great work, particularly in Australasia. And you'll see here, we've done some work on international and research on the effectiveness and some issues around the implementation of race safety platforms. And Thomas Gordonton, as you're no doubt familiar with, is seen as a leading example in Australasia, hence making even the front cover of this key Austroads research report. We know that race safety platforms tend to reduce death and serious injury by around 40%. We've seen in Thomas Gordonton a huge impact on the safety of the upgrades that have been implemented there, which included safety platforms. You can see down the bottom there that the previous crash history and the improvements that we've seen since. I heard some of the comments before, and I'm happy to answer some questions, but I'd also highlight that the research that has been undertaken indicates that raised platforms generally have negligible impact on travel times, and in fact, particularly at congested intersections, can actually ease congestion. And so ultimately, they're not going to provide an increase on travel time. Things like race safety platforms on roundabouts, for instance, for people to negotiate roundabouts safely, they need to lower their speed to around 20 or 30 kilometres an hour. These platforms are designed for specific speed outcomes. So if we're looking at that side impact, we're not so worried about pedestrians and cyclists, then the platforms are actually designed for 50 kilometre an hour. If we do have pedestrians and cyclists, then it's designed for 30 kilometres an hour, based on that research and that evidence in that table I showed you earlier. So putting a platform that's encouraging people to slow down to 30 kilometres an hour prior to a roundabout is effectively reinforcing the types of speeds that we need to see people to be safely and successfully negotiating the roundabout anyway. And just to highlight again, not all infrastructure measures are the same. So a well-designed roundabout will reduce death and serious injuries by about 85 to 90%, which is very close to our safe system outcomes. By comparison, installing traffic signals will reduce death and serious injuries by about 50%. So whilst traffic signals are great, not as effective as roundabouts, one way to make traffic signals more effective is the introduction of raised safety platforms, because then you'll reduce the death and serious injury outcome by about another 40 to 50%, which then means that traffic signals with raised platforms are starting to approach the safe system outcomes that you get from roundabouts. This is just an outline of the task that's been set for us within Road to Zero. So within the action plan, it identifies that infrastructure measures aren't all equal, and that we need to be looking at primary treatments that align closely to safe system. So this table here is taken from our safe system assessment framework, which is a culmination of international best research from Austroads. And you can see in there for safe system or primary treatments, we're looking at things like grade separation, possibly closing the intersection, a very low speed environment, so it would need to be lower than 30 kilometres an hour, roundabouts or raised safety platforms. Anything less than that will improve safety, but won't achieve those same levels of outcome that we need for Road to Zero. And ultimately, as indicated by Road to Zero, primary treatment should be employed wherever possible, and that's the directive that's been set through Road to Zero and the Speed Infrastructure Program.
Sorry, Fabian, to interrupt. We are running out of time, and I want to have some questions. So can you wind up?
I'm on the last slide. Yep.
Great, thank you.
So ultimately, I just want to highlight and reinforce, we do know what works, but we're not delivering it at the necessary pace. If you haven't seen it, I would also encourage you, this document here is great. It's evidence of what works and what doesn't work. And that forms a critical basis towards our focus on evidence-based interventions. And ultimately, we all play a role. It takes everyone to get to know one. So thank you so much for your time. Happy to take any questions.
It's a lot of information for us, Fabian. Thank you very much. I've got a question from Councillor Louise Hutt in the room.
I'm a conduit for Councillor Thompson, who currently has her hands full. So we're just wondering if there is any update with what's happening around the accessible streets regulations?
Oh, no. This is all on Road to Zero. I don't want to go down any other rabbit holes just because we've got Waka Kotahi in the room, and I was quite strict on that at the beginning.
Safety also, though.
I can answer that quickly. Accessible Streets is a key package that's being delivered under Road to Zero. So it does form part of Road to Zero. I don't have any further update other than to say my understanding is it's with the Minister, and we're waiting on further direction from the Minister's office.
Cool. And just...
So, Councillor Thompson,
you can ask.
Sorry.
Okay, go.
Yep, I can ask now. So I had my hands a bit full before. The other question was just around education campaigns, Fabian. I'm just interested. It would be much more effective to have national campaigns around things like driver behaviour around cyclists, for example, giving 1.5 metre clearance, than councils trying to do that individually. Could you please? Is that kind of a drive? Education on the program as well?
Yeah, great question. As part of the road safety promotion activity class, there is still an ongoing activity around our education and campaigning. What we are highlighting, though, is we've taken a traditionally we've focused on road user behaviour, so reminding people to wear seatbelts, making sure people aren't speeding and those sorts of things. We'll continue to do that. We need to make sure that people do make safe choices on the network. We also need to, shift attitudes amongst some communities around their perceptions of things that we know work but aren't necessarily hugely popular. So we do find people that are directly affected along roads where we're looking to put median barriers, less inclined to support them. Certainly you will have seen play out in the media things like speed limits and so forth. So we do need to have a national conversation about those things and why they're so important, because ultimately that's going to be a necessary supporting activity to help us deliver at the pace that's required. Specifically regarding to your question, I'm happy to take on board any suggestions around campaigning and happy to have a conversation subsequent to this, but we are looking at developing a longer term national strategy on how this all comes together and how we put together those key behavioural change as well as attitude change messages together and deliver those going forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Austin?
Thank you, Fabian, and thank you for that consideration of what that longer term campaign might look like. My question's with regard to the comments that you made about the reducing risk when you put lights with safety platforms. And it's about adding that third leg to that with regard to the safety cameras and wanting to know really about what kind of timeframes you got on that kind of delivery, and also how Hamilton City Council might be able to pick up some of that opportunity for our inner city roads.
Yes, certainly. Safety camera program, we're progressing reasonably well with regards to having cameras available to start expansion. The real challenge is having the back office implemented to enable us to process infringements, because the current police system is at end of life. So we won't be able to simply roll that across we'll need to create something new. So we are looking at this stage of trying to have that ready to go by around the end of November. There is some early indication that a date may have some risk around it. I would expect that we'll have the camera network ready to go towards the end of this year, towards the middle of next year, that sort of time frame. We are, though, in terms of opportunities for you as a council in your patch, we are currently looking at the prioritisation methodology on identifying sites, and I would encourage you again, if you want to reach out to me, I'll put you in touch with the relevant people who are undertaking that work. Some of that work is being done by my team, so I can take into account any recommendations or sites of interest for you into that piece of work that we're looking at.
Thanks, Fabian, and thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick one from me, Fabian, and you did touch on it right at the end. I'm just interested in what data you would use, if you have it, and I think you said you did, to refute the complaint that we are hearing from drivers that raised platforms add to congestion. And if that data exists, which I think I heard you say it does, what messaging are you prepared to do in terms of national education campaign for the public?
There is some evidence. Largely, the evidence comes from the Netherlands, which is where the raised platforms were initially developed. So there is some evidence from there. There's also experiences from Australasia in terms of the work that they've done, as well as our own experience. It is more based on experiences. We do see that there is a slight slowing of people through that platform, but ultimately, in terms of congestion, you still get the same number of vehicles through. It's not being an obstacle to capacity. So I'm happy to work with your officers in terms of what information we can provide. With regards to national campaigns, that's the sort of thing I'm having a conversation with our national campaign advisors, is we would like to see an ongoing campaigns to help encourage safer road use for behaviour change, but also shifting some of our conversation to be more supportive of interventions like speed limits, raised safety platforms and median barriers. And we've had initial conversations with our campaigns people around that. I would really welcome further signals from yourselves that would be beneficial to help, I guess, get us more focused on that type of work so that we can provide that national campaign to support you.
Yeah, that would certainly be welcomed. All right, I think that's that's all of the questions, Fabian. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you taking the time to present to us today. We do have a couple of challenging decisions for the committee to make, and hopefully the information you presented will help us make the right decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, thanks, committee. And look, I know that it's lumpy jumping around, but we're all professional, experienced governors, so I know that we can handle it. We are going to go back to that item, but we do need to have a pit stop, morning tea, and we're probably going to look at lunch at 1:45. So let's come back at 5:12. And my apologies, we're running a bit late.
Report was just a verbal. I'm happy to
Oh,
move
the
it.
Waka Kotahi, yeah, we could do that, yep.
Well, I'm happy to move.
Yep, thank you. Any debate? If you want it. All right, let's just do that on the hands, yep. So all those in favour? Great, thank you. All right, let's come back 5:12. Yeah, that got away a little bit on us today. Naidu Rofe has put a motion forward. But are there any further questions? I know Councillor Wilson had some questions, and then Councillor Bidder, you still may have some remaining ones on this one. So Councillor Wilson, are you?
I'm embarrassed to say.
You haven't found your spot again? Right, we're on item 10, page 83. Page 79. In the concept plan, so we're talking about the Goodington Road roundabout. And the proposal from Councillor Naidu Rofe was pretty straightforward. She's asking that come back, and I think that's sensible. Yes. Yes.
58, 59, 60, or 58 and 59 really, about the actual speeds that are being observed at the Pardoa. Is that the Pardoa end, or is that at other approaches? And you've talked about the extremes. Is there an idea about what I see there the 85% under 45 kilometres an hour. Was it a couple of weeks ago that we reduced the limit to 50? Is that correct?
So the resolution to change the speed limit was at the traffic panel. The signs in that have not yet gone up.
Okay. So this is just happening organically, is that right? That people recognise there's a roundabout coming up, slow down, possibly?
Yes, and the majority of people are getting it right. Some people get it wrong. So this is about just trying to even that out, reduce the chance, the risk of those crashes ultimately resulting in damage to the guardrail.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's adequate.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thanks, Chair Angela. Robin, just in regards to option A, if we did approve it, tell me the construction period for the alterations. Could you walk me through just the duration of the construction period, and how we're going to manage that?
It's something that we'd work up ultimately with the contractor, but off the top of my head, for these raised safety platforms, we would likely be doing them at night because they've got the lower traffic volumes. And then we'd be looking at what sort of closures we'd need to put in place to accommodate that, as we have done for the other raised safety platforms we're putting around the city.
Thank you. I recall recently the ones on Anglesey and where we physically closed it for a few days and it caused...
Oh, for Anglesey Bryce?
Yes, it caused some disruption in the network. This is a significant roundabout. I've heard you say at night. Are you saying there would be no daytime closure?
That would be something that we'd have to work up with the contractor. So, for example, we're about to do the guardrail work in order to provide the safe working space for the team. They are actually going to reduce that roundabout to a single lane operating while that happens, and they'll be doing that as day works and just getting on with it. What we do every time we have these sorts of projects, that we have a look at what's going to be the best way of dealing with it. We've got 2 lanes, so it may be that they can keep 1 lane open. Those sorts of things will be definitely looked at. We're very mindful of minimising the impact during construction.
Thank you. Last question. So I understand Councillor Cash's motion talks about taking this whole thing to a working group, a workshop to talk about design, and we are potentially changing the time of implementation. would that give you some opportunity once it was agreed upon the design to be able to give governors a much better understanding as to the delays and how we're going to mitigate it? So would you be able to speak to the contractors to feed that into a workshop scenario?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Look, that seems to be all the questions, and excellent questions. You will see, can we pop on the board the motion? Councillor Kesh, I'm happy to second that. And you'll see everyone that essentially that is the C, and that it comes back to briefing, very good common sense. So with that, Councillor Kesh is the mover. Oh, yes, if you need clarification or anything, yes, question of the mover, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Cash, having removed D, am I correct in understanding that as part of the more in-depth consultation with elected members, we would then also decide the time frame for its implementation?
Yeah, removing it, it doesn't limit us to a time period.
Right.
It allows for the conversation to flow into LTP if need be.
Right. Thank you.
Can I just ask staff on the implication of removing D?
So I guess at this stage we have funding put aside for it to be delivered this financial year. If we're going through that type of process, then it's not likely that we're going to be able to deliver it this financial year. I'm mindful of the annual plan process and some significant cuts being made to the Road to Zero program moving ahead. So this project, along with the others in that list, will have to be looked at and prioritised with the funding that ultimately we get given once that annual plan is loaded. So we'll just have to work through that process.
Okay.
And further to that, Waka Kotahi co-investment for this project is within the 21 to 2024. So if we push that out again, we would need to reapply for that co-investment from Waka Kotahi for this project.
Correct.
Along with everybody else.
Okay. So let's say, just so I'm very clear here, it goes to a workshop, whatever the outcome of that is for the option, it comes back to committee, the committee signs it off. At that point, they'd also have to then sign off where they were going to fund it, because it's being removed from this entirely. And one of those options, or / risk, however you want to look at it, would be that they would push it out in terms of timing, and we may have to reapply again. Is that right? Okay, so is that your intention, Councillor Kesh, is to take any funding off the table for now and we have to relook at it?
I've got a procedural question on that.
Yes, okay. Was that your intention?
My intention is for it to come back wherever it fits.
Yeah, it's not about coming back, but you're taking funding off the table as an option.
I think, yeah, we need to have the proper conversation.
Okay, yep. So Councillor Wilson?
I just want
I'm just trying to
clarity from the General Manager, if I can. I think I heard it was the 2001 to 2004, 24 period. We're talking, if we were to delay it a year, I just want to be clear, if we were to delay it a year into the next not financial year starting 01 July 2023, but July 2024, are you saying that that actually triggers a new application? Because I didn't think Waka Kotahi's annual year, financial year, started July. So could you clarify?
So I'll clarify and Robin can jump in. So Waka Kotahi approves the the co-investment for our portion in a 3-year bundle to 30th of June 2024.
30th of June
2024, that we can work within our low-cost, low-risk approved bundle. Should we push this project out beyond 1 July 2024, we would then, as an organisation, need to reapply for that co-investment as part of our entire 10-year plan pieces of work for the first, they call it the NLTP, which is the 2024 to 27 period. Should elected members choose to delay it into next financial year, the prioritisation of the low-cost, low-risk program is being presented to this committee, so it can actually be reintroduced and then prioritised by elected members as to the priority of that project following the working group conversation.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, me too.
Councillor Beniston?
Directly related to the points that you've just made, and with the conversation that was in the media yesterday regarding the distribution or the prioritisation of where the funding might be, and that given the events, the weather events that the country has faced over the last month, that potentially funding that may have been available today, tomorrow, next year, or what we might have expected could be completely changed.
Correct.
Thank you. So just ask our meeting to consider that, I guess.
Kesh, I'm going to step away from seconding just because, and I think C is great, but I'm concerned that we're going to muddy the waters for funding, so that just makes me a bit uncomfortable. So I'm sure there's another seconded though. Councillor Wilson, yep, great. Okay, so is everyone's clear on that?
I just wondered if there's an opportunity to vote on parts.
Yes, I think there is. I can definitely do A and B, and then we'll do C separately. Yep.
Madam Chair, I wonder if
Chair Angela.
somebody needs to move the staff report as an amendment. Just a procedural question, because if procedurally, exactly, because if Kesh's and my motion fails, then there's nothing on the table.
Yeah, but we could deal with a new motion at that point. But either way, Councillor Thompson, were you going to move the staff recommendation?
I was going to move, I think the staff recommendation is an amendment, so that, could we get that up on the board?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Hutt's going to second that. I do like the idea of it coming to a briefing though.
Is there a way that we could
incorporate
take
that?
A few minutes to agree on a motion then?
Yes, let's do that. 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Do you want to?
And also, I'm happy for someone else in the room to maybe if Councillor Hutt wants to work with you on that, just to make it easier.
Yeah.
And she can move.
Let's do that. 2 minutes.
Cool. Thanks.
you still think it's necessary?
So I, just to hold on. So just to understand, can I get some clarification around the timeframes again around funding? Just
so what we're
from
sorry, you're the
from staff.
From staff, be really crystal clear on understanding what the funding constraints are.
She's talking about time frame to make sure it's still funded within the current Road to Zero.
So so funding has been
been
set
approved.
aside in this year, right? This year's,
Yes.
which goes to
Yeah.
31 June 2023,
24.
2024.
And this motion simply continues that process, but says that we've got to lock it in by the end of March 2024 to enable us to meet with the timelines that you raised, General Manager, that you specified.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand the motion, because it's a motion from Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe. So the timeframe of Waka Kotahi approval is between 2021 and 2024, therefore the low cost, low risk has been approved. Should this program delay, currently the funding is sitting as approved in the low cost, low risk program in this financial year, 22-23. Should elected members wish to push it in terms of enabling C, that's part of the motion, then I do suggest that, and to maintain that level of funding within this Waka Kotahi funding period of 21 to 24, that's already been approved, but still have the ability to construct the program in 23-24, which is next year, subject to annual plan approvals. I suggest we add that, that once approved, that we include, that we continue to have the project within 23-24, and then we also have the funding availability in 23-24 next year as well, next financial year. So we continue to work on it as elected members have asked, and then, but you also include 23-24 in the note.
Okay, so the consequence is, and that's what we should be focused on, the consequence of any form of delay is negligible, because the reality is next committee meeting is May, we'll have a briefing prior to that, we'll discuss everything we need to discuss, and we'll be back here in May. So we're talking 2 months, which is not going to impact considerably at all, right? Because we've got till, because this is in the envelope of 21-24 program.
Yep.
Yep, clear as mud.
Are staff able to bring it back by May? That's why I wanted to have that clear with them.
Well, they have all of the information. We just haven't had time to digest it and get into it.
That is subject to being in terms of confirmation of the briefing as well, so the timing of the briefing, so we'll make sure we move through that process.
Yep. Okay, so Councillor Thompson, do you want to continue with your amendment, or would you are you happy now that your concerns are being met?
I'm.
Okay, I really need this item. Really, we really need to. We really need to crack on.
I'll leave. Yeah, I'll leave the amendment at this stage.
Okay, all right. Okay, we got there in the end. All right, so look, you've all got it up, or we will have it up on the board. Funding note has been put back in there. We want to discuss this. We want to get into the detail that's in there. Staff have said they can meet the deadlines. If we can't get onto a briefing, we'll just make one for ourselves, like we did yesterday. And I expect full attendance. All right. So, Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, as the mover, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, please. I think we've discussed this in detail through questions, so I'm not going to add too much to it. I understand the need to lower speeds, for cars for all vehicles entering the roundabout. But I do think we need a fuller discussion, and we need to involve the community as well as all the users of this roundabout, considering that it's now one of the key entry points to Hamilton. I am a regular user of this roundabout, and I can count on one hand the number of times where I haven't had to stop due to traffic. Yes, we could look at ways to alert vehicles that there is a roundabout up ahead from that one approach that seems to have more incidences than the others. And whatever that may look like, I hope that we can discuss that in the workshop as well. I do see a need to discuss this in more detail. And, if we can delay it but still have the funding, then that's even better. But we need to take the time to just pause and reflect and inform the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson as the seconder. Did you want to speak now or not yet? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think this is a good motion. It doesn't say no, it just pushes pause. I am pleased to hear that the roundabout is getting more balance with the opening of Pardoa Drive. That is a good thing, a healthy thing. Staff did compare it to the Te Aroha Street intersection, which has worked well, but respectfully, this probably has 10x the traffic volumes. So I think it's important that we don't just go off with sort of anecdotal evidence. Our community is still learning the benefit of these raised safety platforms, and I don't see why we can't, in conjunction with Waka Kotahi, put out a little cartoon video or something that actually shows, A, these aren't jutta bars, B, they potentially don't slow traffic, C, the benefits of them, and just show on a visual little 30-second commercial that communicates it, because there's no real understanding. What we learn intrinsically through the organisation is we understand the science, we have hours talking to experts, but the community doesn't understand that. And I don't see why we can't, with our social comms, put out little educational videos that help to break down the alarming effects of it. And I guess, Councillor Bitter raised the point of 73,000 people use it successfully, so it's potentially a minority. And we've got to be careful that we don't design everything for worst case scenarios unless we're bringing people on that journey. When we were considering the Dutch roundabout for Tristram Collingwood, we said, hey, let's push pause and get it peer reviewed. And that resulted in us actually changing tact on that roundabout. And this is probably even a higher traffic volume than that. So I think this is a sensible approach. It's well within the opportunity of the funding remit and time frame. And the other thing, just around consultation, we talk about consultation and we talk about the users of the roundabout. If there's over 70,000 people using this a day, I can guarantee our comms isn't being effective, because it's huge. It's a citywide intersection. It's even our neighbours, and I don't know what consultation we've done with our neighbouring councils, because there's people from outside the community that use it. Not that they're ratepayers, but in terms of the messaging, I'd like to really see all of that stuff. And it was interesting, AA got raised because previously they've been quite opposed to a lot of our safety changes. So I'd like to see some of that information so that I could just make an informed decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Chair Angela. I got the calculator out. 12.5 million vehicle movements per year through there. And using the 5 years of traffic crash data, that's 62 million vehicle movements per serious crash. We see a lot of figures like on these cards where we get information about absolute risk with reductions in death rates from reducing speeds. The reality is we have to talk about relative risk. and using the figures from the presentation for a reduction in death rates from head-on crashes from 70 to 60 kilometres per hour, resulting in a 5% reduction. 5% sounds big and scary. When that's applied to one serious crash per 62 million vehicle movements, that's a relative risk of 1 in 1.2 billion. So I can reassure Councillor Louise that she is 80,000 more times likely to be struck by lightning than have a car land on top of her from that roundabout. The issue of raised platforms, I don't think we take into account that the crashes caused by the idiots on drugs and drink driving who go through there at great speed anyway, and that the causes of the accidents are not necessarily the normal drivers who would be slowed down by these. And then when we consider road to zero, a 3-second delay, and we've heard figures of 1 and 2 seconds, which I simply don't agree with for the delays caused by raised roundabouts. 3 seconds is more consistent with my experience. Then that is one lifetime lost anyway in time wasted stuck in traffic. So on a basis of road to zero, we're losing lives anyway by creating delays. We're not achieving zero by simply slowing people down. And finally, co-funding. I don't care about co-funding. We're all taxpayers anyway. Getting free money from the government is not free money. So I want this to come back so we can get it right. And that is very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Angela. I need some advice from Amy around, I'd like to put an amendment which inserts the May date that this comes back. Is that, and I understand that's possible to do during debate, right?
Yep, I'm just going to get clear advice from governance since we are in debate. So just give her a minute to do that.
It's already stated the next meeting of the committee, which would be the May one.
Okay, so it does say that in the
yes
motion? It does. Okay, sorry, bring that up again.
It is in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm fine with that then. Sorry,
Okay, so do you want to move to debate?
Yeah, I'll just say that I don't want to see this project delayed unnecessarily. So I'm pleased to see that it will be coming back to the May meeting. I think that we've been presented with good rationale and information, and safety is absolutely critical. So I don't want to see this delayed further than that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Van Austen.
Thank you for that clarification. I just didn't see that represented in the words. Perhaps they're just a little small, but thanks for the clarification already on that. This is a project that's already experienced delay. We asked staff to wait until the expressway was opened before we came back to this committee for discussion and decision. So while we're talking about delaying, we already know that there's been already considerable delay. We've also, in this meeting today, at more than one occasion, talked about the evidence of safety, not just from our own experience in Hamilton, but we've heard that reiterated through the Waka Kotahi presentation on a national basis, and we know that it's also international best practice as well. And to Councillor Hamilton, the point of the design not being just for the worst case scenario, I think is completely the flip of it, because that's indeed what you design for, and to overcome those worst case scenarios. And so, you know, I struggle with trying to resolve that. We've seen in the evidence that, you know, mostly 85% of people drive at the right speed, but you're not going to stop necessarily without these kinds of interventions, those really fast drivers that create the problem. And, you know, in my mind, I've seen the evidence. I'm happy to listen to the experts. I'm not one myself. There's much more evidence than we can put here in just this report. And I'm really just not prepared to wait any longer for a decision to be made. The only reason that I can look to support this motion today is that we will be bringing it back to that May meeting. Otherwise, I'd be completely voting in the opposite. So, you know, I do want to hear from staff a little bit more detail potentially about already the conversation that's happened with community. But, you know, I'm ready to go and think that delaying further creates problems that we might not want to see on the front page of the Waikato Times. So, look, reluctantly can support it with that May date included. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, thank
On the
you.
dot.
Well done. Councillor Casey Cox.
Kia ora, yeah, I'm just basically what Maxine said is how I feel, but I also just wanted to, I guess, highlight that I've been teaching some teenagers how to drive recently, and that roundabout would have to be the scariest place to actually teach them in terms of how to manage and navigate such a tricky space when people do go too fast around it, and it happens a lot from what I observe. And yeah, I think you observe more when you teach teenagers how to drive, because you see how you are as in the aggression that you actually have to put into your own driving just to get out on that roundabout and get around it. So I don't want to see these raised platforms delayed. I'm actually convinced by the research I've had so far that they are, you know, they're best practice and they make sense. But I'm happy to wait for May so that we're all in this together and can move together, and also feel that we can help to educate our community on the benefits of raised platforms. So that's me. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I think it's fairly clear from the report that we've been given that there is Access Hamilton alignment, there is extremely clear Vision Zero alignment, and the crux of that can't be overstated, that people make mistakes, but our system should ensure that those mistakes don't take someone's life or seriously injure them. And I personally think we're really lucky that we haven't had fatalities there yet. There is so much infrastructure across our city where someone died and our timing was out and we fixed it after that. We're simply trying to implement the infrastructure that we know works and that Waka Kotahi knows works to lower speed limits and save lives. It is an expected 40% reduction in deaths and serious injuries from a raised safety platform at a roundabout. Waka Kotahi have just given us a presentation and told us we're not delivering as fast as we need. We're not on track to achieve the target. And I guess I struggle with this desire to second guess our staff, but I do really empathise with Councillor Hamilton about bringing our community along. But that's a much longer journey to bring the whole wider community, including those who are sceptical about this because it inconveniences them. But we can't delay making these changes just because we need to have that wider conversation. We need to do both at the same time. And we need councillors to be on board and to be leading that conversation as community leaders. If people are concerned about travel time and delays, nothing causes a delay worse than a serious crash or a fatality, and this is a moral issue. My mother is one of those 71 crashes at that roundabout. I'm trying to convince my partner that his sparkly new e-bike, he should be commuting to work on it and it would be through that underpass. If it was your loved one who could be in a serious or fatal crash here, wouldn't this investment be worth it? And that's the thing we need to take away. Just because a large proportion of people move through it safely doesn't mean that that one person who doesn't isn't worth this investment. So I will begrudgingly accept May, but I think that we need to make sure that we're aligning ourselves with Access Hamilton, aligning ourselves with Vision Zero, and really thinking about this as a moral issue.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. Yeah, look, I'm not a great convert to raised platforms. I haven't drunk the Kool-Aid on that. And contrary to some of the comments, I don't think NZTA has actually provided any evidence. In fact, the guy we had there actually talked about it being based on experience, which is more an anecdotal thing rather than detailed research. I do agree with Councillor Casey Cox that if there is a roundabout that can be dangerous, it is that Thomas Road, the Gordonton Road one, sorry. But all the same, I think we learned a lesson from Thomas Road, Horsham Downs, in terms of the way we interacted with the community first, and there was a backlash there. And I think we need to stop imposing our will on residents without actually without consulting better. I don't think we're truly listening. We think we know best. And the fact that we aren't really looking at doing any detailed assessment of the impact of these raised platforms on delays tells me that we don't really care. We're not worried if it holds up traffic because it's all about Vision Zero and that. But I caution that sort of thinking because it's sort of extreme, you know. Yes, no one wants deaths, but at the same time, we also want tradies to, 50% of our traffic is tradies driving around fixing your toilet. So, you know, there's a balance here. And I would like to see us do more work on it. I support Kesh on that totally. And I actually want more information on what staff think the impact will be on delays as well. So I support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I certainly support Kesh's move, and I would have actually been quite comfortable for this to have been delayed and as long as required to get this right and into the next financial year, even if it meant that we had to reapply. I'm tiring of this argument that we have to do something because we're getting a 49% subsidy, which I'm paying for anyway, as Councillor Bitter has so clearly and articulatedly said. I don't believe the design solution put in front of us is the right one. I think fundamentally, let's just think about this, fundamentally, the critical flaw is it has 5 fingers. It has 5 roads feeding into a roundabout, and we know that that's the real problem, that roundabouts that have 4 work much better, and the minute we add this 5th, it becomes a nightmare. And I accept what we're really saying is we're fearful of having to shut one of them down. And, you know, as an organisation, we're going to need to sort of give that some broader thinking in the long term. So I'm looking forward to the extra time to get the design. I'm also looking forward to when staff come up with the ideal design, that they articulate the comms strategy and the delay that any implementation is going to take. Because these raised platforms are beginning to upset our ratepayers, and they're going to want to know if there are going to be any significant closures as we get this right. This whole interesting spiralling debate about moral issues, and that at every opportunity we have to relitigate the tragic loss of life. Look, no one in their sound mind doesn't get concerned about the factor of loss of life. But the reality is there is risk in everything we do. And it's about mitigating risk, but being mindful of multiple other factors. And then we have to weigh it up. And so I believe taking a little bit more time to get this right is more critical than rushing to try to get something done quickly. And so I look forward to hearing from staff and having the debate, and we will debate this leading up to May, and ultimately a decision of council will be made. But let's have that debate, let's have that information.
Good work. Thank you, Councillor. Just a few comments from me before I go to Kesh for right of reply. I have no problem, have never expressed that I have a problem with us being good governors and asking for a little bit more time and more information. And many, many times over my tenure here, I have done exactly that. So I'm more than comfortable with that. I'm also comfortable that it is only a 2-month delay and won't significantly put any project that, and whatever option that we decide, at risk. However, if the decision relies on an ideology that raised platforms are not the way to go and are not the safest option just because it's a raised platform, I don't agree with that. And I don't think the evidence that we've heard in the last 2 days agrees with that either. Now, it's very easy to get swept up with social media clickbait policy in politics. And yes, I know that people can get agitated about changes to the transportation network, but that's because change is uncomfortable and it pushes us. But that's where the technology is going. Whether it's anecdotal evidence or not, the data says that we had 44 accidents, including a tragic death at the Gordington intersection. Then we put in raised platforms and signalised lights, and we've had 1 and no deaths. So that is data, that is evidence that we can rely on. I have comfort that the staff have said yesterday and today that it is a case-by-case situation. We're not putting in raised platforms to annoy every driver in Hamilton. We're not doing that. But I also agree with Councillor Hamilton and others where there is a vacuum from our comms. And I, along with other colleagues, we have raised and raised and raised that issue. We don't want to get into the space, but politicians, and let me say this on the record, we are comms experts because that is our job, to communicate. And I'm not talking about the technical aspects of a campaign because I certainly couldn't do that. But I know what's right and I know what's wrong. And along with my colleagues, we represent the people of the city. We hear their frustrations. And when there's a vacuum of information, people will jump in and fill it up. And that's what's happening. And that's what's happening when we hear raised platforms add to congestion, when actually nothing we've seen adds to that. So I guess, yeah, I actually agree with pretty much everything that everyone said on both sides of the issue here. The comms issues are not going to go away and we need that to be resolved. And I have had some information from Loredana that looks really great. So hopefully our concerns will be relayed, but it isn't up to elected members to fill that space either. But when we ask for it, we ask for the information, then it has to come forward. Otherwise, yeah, members of the public will fill it for us, rightly or wrongly. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, right of reply?
Thank you. Look, as many of you have said, no one wants to see any fatalities on our roads. We all have that higher responsibility to our residents. And the answer might be raised platforms, but this motion is about letting us have that public discussion allowing the education piece to come into play that Ryan talks about. We've known that the Waikato Expressway was coming for a long time. And I remember asking in last term of council around the future capacity of this intersection in particular, knowing the key role it would play in the overall network. So I want us to have that larger, fuller discussion of the role of this intersection and what it would look like in the next 5 or 10 years. Are we actually future-proofing it for what the future will look like? So let's not just spend 1.6 million on raised platforms without having that fuller, broader understanding of just what we're doing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's go to the vote, and then we are going to stop for lunch because we're hungry. No, there's no amendments, just the motion, yeah. Yep.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Great, thanks everyone. 1:30, we're back. Do we have some power from a laptop? we're back. Now, some members have commitments to get to this afternoon, so if we haven't gotten through everything, then we will just simply do a procedural motion to move any remaining items that we haven't gotten to council on Thursday. Amy is about to let the mayor know that is a possibility. So, but let's truck on. Now, we're up to item 11, which is page 103. Now, I'm just going to get a motion on the board because I'm trying, and I'll speak to it when it's on the board. And we also have or amendment. I don't mind, Jeff, which way you go either. Yours came in first. If you'd like, yours can be the motion and mine's the amendment. Before we start questions and stuff, I'll
totally relaxed.
Okay, I'll get Jeff and myself to speak to them. They are quite they are sort of different, but I think we're coming from the same angles, because if either of these go ahead, it may help us not diving into the detail of every project and stuff. So with that, let's pop Councillor Taylor's up first, and we'll do his as the motion. And just make sure...
Yeah, I'm really keen to see yours.
Yeah, okay. We can probably email them, but Councillor Taylor, if you talk to the intent of yours, then I'll talk to the intent of mine, and we'll at least the information then is out there, and it might help us all to come together.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
thanks,
Yep.
Chair Angela, that's a good idea. Yeah,
Yep.
look, what I'm proposing there, and I have an open mind, looking forward to seeing Angela's, is that we basically remove the raised platform projects apart from ones that are directly near schools, directly impacting on schools, and it also leaves room for us to do some good consultation with schools who may have differing needs and desires. But essentially, it's removing a lot of the raised platforms.
Great, thank you. Sorry, my bad. Mine is on the next item. Mine's on, so I don't have a motion for low cost, low risk. So my apologies for that one. Yeah, I know. I thought I was really going to be helping too. But okay, all right. So look, that's really clear from Councillor Taylor. So any questions on what he wants to seek in the motion? No? Okay. Oh, yeah, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair Angela. Councillor Taylor, I just want to confirm this wouldn't negate that raised platforms in the future aren't considered as part of the long-term funding, the long-term plan?
Yeah, good question, Councillor Wilson. No, I should have explained. I guess it's me just saying, can we tie-ho for this year, for the 23-24 year, because I just feel that we need a bit more balance. So no, it's not precluding that at all.
With the exception of the school...
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, with the exception of schools.
That's right.
We would still be doing the schools, but engaging over design.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quite a few school ones.
Yeah. 28, 29, 39, 38, 39, yep.
I have a number of questions.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we'll just leave that motion up there for everyone. And Robin, you want to speak briefly to your report, and then we'll go to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So for new elected members, this low cost, low risk program was in the past known as minor improvements or discretionary transport program. It is funding, it is a program of work that we get Waka Kotahi subsidy for. They approve the work, the funding over the 3-year period for the current LTP. We then work with elected members and each year bring up a program of work for approval so that it's probably the most flexible program that we have for elected members to feed into. And that enables us to respond to changes that have happened out on the network or where we're getting requests from the community and that sort of thing. The funding is set up under that bigger program, low cost, low risk, into 4 areas. The Road to Zero program follows on from the funding that Fabian talked about, which is very dedicated to reduction of deaths and serious injuries. And those particular projects we have to work closely with Waka Kotahi to get their approval on before we're allowed to proceed. So in the list that you have before you today, we have done that work with them. The walking and cycling is as per the label. In the next financial year, we're proposing to spend a greater amount of that funding in the walking area, noting that the surf funding has a lot of work that's going to be happening in the cycling side of things. Public transport infrastructure is the basic shelters, raised curbs, concrete pads for people to stand on while they're waiting for the bus type thing. Finally, the local road improvements. That's basically a fund that picks up anything else. For Hamilton City, we do work such as our smart infrastructure, so that's where we get the capital program for putting the additional sensors out on the network, being able to do more work, such as the work we're doing currently, getting good data around walking and cycling and traffic flows. Things like guardrails and some bridge improvements and resilient work that we have planned are all loaded into that local roads improvements. The final thing I would note is that the program that we have put before you for the attachment, the list is greater than the budget available. And we do that because when we climb into the detail and go and do the public consultation and start doing the investigation, we often have things that change, and they often mean that the project mightn't happen in that financial year. So we ebb and flow to accommodate that. We may actually, even through the year, get some other projects that come through that get added to the list. But at the end of the year, we're working within the actual available funding. And finally, I would note that obviously, as part of the annual plan process, the funding that we actually have allocated to this particular item may change. But as and when that occurs, we will duly cut our cloth to suit. And I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thanks, Robin. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. Afternoon, Robin. Just a couple of questions, first of all, if I could. How many raised platforms, approximately,
I haven't counted.
have we done in the last, say, 2 years?
I haven't counted. I'd have to get you the info.
Okay. And would you know how much we've spent on raised platforms in the last 2 years?
No.
Okay. Could you tell me how we have decided which of those platforms we've undertaken? How did we decide which ones we should do?
So basically, the sites are identified particularly through looking for the Road to Zero, which is primarily where we get our platforms, but some of the walking program as well. So that's based on need and crash data. So the Road to Zero work is where we look at crash data, and then we look at the particular site. Often, generally, it's an intersection. We do workshops where we look at all of the different options. We first look at the issues that are there. Crashes are part of it, but we're also looking at how it sits on the biking and network, all the issues that are happening there when we look at all of the different options that we can put to it. We have key stakeholders come in and be involved with that, such as FENZ, Bike Waikato, Bike Hamilton, those sorts of groups, Living Streets, Aotearoa, and then finally work down to a final proposal. And then we look at the detail of, is it going to be, for example, if it is a raised safety platform, is that one that needs to go right across the road because we're catering for people walking across, or is it we're just managing the speed into the intersection?
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I wonder if I could ask, how long would it take you to just come up with the simple fact of how many have we done in the last 2 years? Because I'm assuming because you do this thorough analysis of which should be prioritised, you would have done that for the last 2 years. And so how long do you think it would take you to find that out?
It depends if my staff member's sitting at his desk or sitting in a meeting, and I don't know off the top of my head. So.
All right. If you were to, do you think you could get an accurate guesstimate? I mean, have we done 10 in the last 2 years, or have we done 50, or what have we done?
I don't know. I don't have that data to hand. Sorry.
Okay. Madam Chair, for me this is really vital. Respectfully, I feel that it would not have been unusual to have expected that someone may ask, how many have we done and what does that cost? I've had detail about how we've landed on which ones we've done. They've been a priority. And that would really help me form my other questions.
Okay. How about, can we attempt to find out from, which I think Robin's doing right now, from her staff, and see if we can get that information in time for you?
Perfect. And then there's a couple of other questions that I can ask with that information.
Okay, all right, okay.
Sorry, Robin, just on page, sorry, I should let you finish.
Thank you. Last 2 years?
Last 2 years, yep. Just the number of raised platforms for the last 2 years and the amount of money we've spent.
Right, I'll see if...
Great. So if I look at page 117, we have a total of 21 million at the end of that. And that says LCLR. Now, is that the total of all three parts of
Correct.
the table? So walking and cycling, road to zero, and the last one, which is
local roads.
Local roads. Oh, okay. So, or is that just local roads?
No, local roads is 3.4 million.
Okay.
So that 21 million is the 4 programs I just spoke to.
Wonderful. And can you just clarify, that's the overarching quantum, or is that council's quantum, and what's it made up of?
So that's the total?
Yep, total.
And that's made up of 49% paid for by Hamilton City Council and 51% paid for by Waka Kotahi.
And again, this is over the Waka Kotahi's planning cycle, which is 3 years from 2001 till June 2024.
Yes, our standard 3-year LTP period, yes.
Right, okay. Excellent, thank you.
I think Councillor Wilson, if I could, raises an important point and has asked for it before, and I don't see it throughout the body of the report. If under financial considerations, if we can be really clear, there's a program there. I think that's our contribution, that's there, but just keep reminding us of the quantum of subsidy in a dollar amount, and then ours would be really helpful. Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I just want to indicate, before I go to Councillor Hart, just indicate that myself and Councillor Maxine will move the staff recommendation, but we may want to include the request from Fraser College, but we'll get to that in due course through questions, because there's obviously some impact there if we respond to their request this morning to signalise.
Can I just, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The budget allows for signalising.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
But they didn't know that.
They wanted more.
No, they wanted
The budget allows for a raised safety platform and traffic signals for pedestrians.
But it didn't say that though, does it? Where? Why didn't we tell them that then? Oh yeah, new raised mid-block signals outside school.
Correct.
Okay, new raised mid-block and, okay. Did he? No, he asked. Okay, oh, well, that's good then. All right, cool. Councillor Hart.
Thank you. I noted that a significant proportion of the walking, cycling, public transport options centred accessibility and safety. I was wondering if those items align with the disability action plan around public transport and crossings, which are being with the goal of upgrading them to provide safer options and removing barriers to use. Do they align?
Yes. Yes, so the Disability Action Plan, we work closely with the team and we report at the end of each year the number of sites that we've dealt with as a result of this work.
I know that for many in the disability community, but particularly for some wheelchair users, that raised crossings are a significant improvement to crossings in general. If we were to take those items out of the list, how much would the Disability Action Plan be like losing out on an outcome?
I don't know how to measure that, but yes, there would be a loss for achieving the Disability Action Plan.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
So can I just clarify, is your question in response to Councillor Taylor's motion? Because his motion is just about consulting with the schools, isn't it? Or did I misinterpret that? He's not removing, because your question, Councillor Wilson, was, is he removing the future ability for raised platforms? And he said no.
What Councillor Taylor, I think, was saying, and I'm sure he'll comment if I got it wrong, is we're putting everything on pause with the exception of the work around schools. And pause doesn't mean that it won't happen. It just means the timing will slide out and it will become part of the discussion of the long-term plan.
Putting everything on pause?
Well, approves, accept, and it
No,
shows...
okay.
Sorry, it shows which ones that it...
Yep, I can see it, okay.
Yeah.
But it is a fair chunk of it, all right, yep.
Yep.
Sorry about that, thank you, that was my bad. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe?
Robin, a question around our capacity to deliver these projects over the next year. I'm just thinking about, the SURF projects, which we'll talk about next, but how does that work within the organisation?
So we already have a contractor engaged for delivering these works, for delivering low-cost, low-risk program. And we're also in the process of engaging with, looking to get other contractors on board to help with this and the SURF program.
And so, just trying to get my head around the timing questions, because I know we're talking about SURF next, but that has a finite delivery deadline, if you like, whereas this one would have 2 years.
No.
No?
No. This program and the funding that we've got from Waka Kotahi relates to this LTP period. It has the same end point as SURF, which SURF is for this same LTP period.
So,
and then we start again, all of us, councils, Waka Kotahi, all start again through the long-term plan process for the next 3-year period.
So you're confident that all of this plus SURF can be done by next year, June?
As I said, this program, the list is greater than the funding, so we're going to have to reduce the actual numbers that go out there.
Yeah.
But the funding that we have available, as it is currently, yes, we can deliver. And if elected members make changes to the annual plan, I suspect that that will be a reduction in funding, not an increase, although you're more than welcome to do that if you wish. But the annual plan process may also see a reduction in funding. So the short answer is yes, we can deliver.
All right. And just, I don't want to go through project by project, but I'll just pick on one. For example, Hukanui Wairere roundabout. Not
Yes.
going to repeat the argument, but what's the process, if this does go through, what's the process from here around engagement, education, and dealing with the community aspect of it?
So the education part of it, and I'm looking to Loredana in the back corner, today we've put out some of the examples of the sort of information that we're hoping to get out wider to the community. We have recently just engaged somebody into our Access Hamilton team to start having greater discussions and engagement with the community about Access Hamilton and what that means to provide that umbrella conversation for where we as a city are going and how these safety improvements, walking and cycling improvements, all of the different improvements fit into that bigger umbrella.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Anna.
I guess just a question around the community consultation that you mentioned. I imagine some of it's happened already. I'm just curious about the raised platforms when people have the opportunity to access the education such as what you've provided today. Does that, like, are people, I guess, like, more open to the idea of raised platforms once they have all the information? Do you notice a shift in conversation when that's provided?
Certainly when we go through the consultation, we generally have meetings on site with the residents, businesses who are most, locally adjacent to it. And we talk through these various issues we generally find that they're comfortable with that. If we end up in a situation where there is strong pushback and it is something from a safety perspective we believe needs to proceed, then we've always used what is now the traffic panel, I can't remember its long title, sorry, to actually give the residents the opportunity to voice their concerns and express that to elected members and for elected members to make that final decision. So, for example, in the last triennium we had a raised platform in Peach Grove Road, just north of Five Crossroads, where the residents were really uncomfortable with what we were proposing, and we brought that to the traffic panel. We did a couple of reports and worked through that before a final decision was made. So if there is strong pushback, we have the choice of either going, right, okay, we'll walk away from this. If it's a safety issue, then it's something that we will ultimately bring to elected members to make a decision.
Right. So basically this list is something that we can approve, but subject to what you've just described.
Yes.
All the processes, yeah.
Yes, all of this is subject to us working through that consultation engagement, detailed design, that sort of thing, before we actually dig any holes in the ground. Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay.
Sorry, I don't have the answer.
Oh,
Sorry, yes. Raise my hand.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm with the mover and seconder. So the list, that's 1 to 24, I think, of the Road to Zero part of that attachment. Is that correct? Because then it starts again at number 1 for the next category of work.
Yeah, there's...
I have to go back to attachment 1 to have a look. Yeah, 1 to 24 I'm on the page where, and it just carries on all the way up to 39.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the one.
Yeah.
And all of those you would be proposing it just removed from this list?
I guess.
Yes, yeah, no, there's a number there which are involved with schools.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Taylor, Amy can just, if it's okay, just change to clarify that, because, that the numbers projects relate to the program and budget under Road to Zero, because you haven't identified any under walking and cycling or PT.
That's
or,
right.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No, that's great. So, Amy
The
can...
rest remain untouched.
Yeah, thank you. Amy can
Sorry. Yeah,
clarify that.
I hear what you're saying now.
Yeah. Councillor Hart? Yeah.
Where does Fraser High fit? Is that included in that list?
Yeah.
Of exceptions? To be included?
To go ahead, yeah.
So we would be doing Fraser.
Yes,
Yeah, all schools are being done.
yes, with consultation or with engagement in the... Sarah, is that a new hand?
Yes,
Yep.
sorry, someone reminded me of my other question. And that was just in terms of Fraser, are they likely to be, I guess, Robin, as you said, there's more on this list that we would actually complete. So are they likely to be this year in terms of that project?
No, this list
Next
is
year.
for
Oh,
next
sorry, this
financial
coming
year.
year.
Next financial
Yeah.
year.
Yes, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yes, so we have prioritised our schools. We are hoping to be able to roll out 30 Ks for all schools next financial year. And the work outside the schools is critical to achieving that. And yeah, so that would be work that we would be looking to prioritise. But as I said, will be dependent finally on what funding we actually get through the annual plan process. Councillor Ewan. So we had 27 raised safety platforms at a cost of 7.6 million, noting that that's the full project cost, so it's hard to pull out quickly just the cost of the raised safety platform. So that did include extra curbing work and shared paths and that sort of thing. So the only other way we'd have to do detailed digging to actually go how much each raised safety platform.
27 in the last 2 years.
Correct.
Yeah, so when you're ready, Madam Chair, I'll go back on this, because now with that information, I have a lot.
Yeah, so I will come back to you.
Sure.
I just need clarification from the mover. What's the outcome that you're seeking? Because there's nothing in the motion that says that the projects that you're removing will continue in any form. Is that correct? So they're just gone off the lists? Am I reading
I'm
it?
suggesting we don't proceed with them in this present program.
Okay, great, okay.
And that gives an opportunity, but it doesn't write them off. It just gives them an opportunity to be looked at in the following year.
So I wonder if
Although it doesn't state that, yeah.
Madam Chair, I wonder for clarity if the mover of the motion would consider saying the projects that are not to proceed move to being part of the discussion of the long-term plan.
Yeah,
So at least they're kept in the mix.
Yeah. So,
And
yeah. So perhaps perhaps the
This is
mover and
absolutely-
perhaps the mover and seconder can work with Amy to sort that out, because that's not clear otherwise where they go. So Councillor Wilson, you want to carry on with your questions?
Yes, so just so I'm clear, you said 27 in the last 2 years.
Correct.
And when I look on the list that we've got, and it's a little confusing because it's broken into the 4 different areas, but roughly, I guess I can calculate 39 plus 4, 5, 23 plus, 28. I'm just trying to work out the total number of projects that you're recommending. Do you have that number?
No, I haven't counted them, no.
What do you mean?
All right. Well, do you want, rather than me counting them, do you want to agree on what that would be?
About 30.
Sorry, Jeff?
I counted about 30.
30 with
You mean
raised
raised
platforms?
Yeah, you go through and have another look.
I don't think that would be correct. I think that would be low. Well, most of our schools one will be raised.
All right. Well, would you agree, Robin, that compared to what we've done in the last 2 years, what you're recommending for us to do in the next financial year, starting the 1st of July this year, is to do considerably more?
Yes.
Okay. And again, to remove any doubt, you're saying that having checked with the construction industry, the providers, that workload can be achieved?
Within the budget, yes.
Sorry, let
So-
me rephrase,
so
that's not the question.
Sorry, I'm
What-
just being clear. This list is longer than greater than the budget, so I'm not undertaking to do the whole list. Within the budget, yes.
Thank you, Robin. So my question would be, how many are you thinking you'll end up doing? That would be subject to the budget, I guess you're going to say?
It's subject to the budget, but it's also subject to the particular projects. So some projects are worth something like the example for Fraser High, 350,000, versus some of the projects are up to $1 to $2 million. So it really does depend not only on the budget, but which of those particular projects proceeds.
So, Robin, if we were to just do the schools and move the rest to the LTP, would that give you more time to be able to clearly understand each of the solutions for each of these projects and then come to us with a more prioritised list with a more certain amount of quantum and ability to complete? Because yeah, that's my question.
With the current proposed resolution, you are not giving me any funding to do any investigation or design. So the answer would be no, because a lot of the projects that we'd put up is to get into that design and doing that investigation and that sort of thing. If that funding's all removed, then I don't have any funding to go and do the sort of work you're talking about,
Well, thank you for
Councillor.
that. So what portion of the quantum that is a total of 21 million, of which there's a 49% obligation for council to fund, what portion of that is design? What's the quantum? 17 million.
No.
Projects of around 100 or
So in the
some
list,
higher.
under the phase, we've indicated which are design and construct. There's a large number in the road to zero, so projects 9 through 26, for example, are all ones that we were just looking at design, not doing construction within the current LTP period.
Right. Okay.
So I guess it may help, but typically for
So they
these-
wouldn't have had, there would be no, they're simply that, it's just design.
It's doing that investigation design, probably some early consultation work, with the aim of ensuring that we had a program ready to go for the next LTP, because the difficulty we often have is no plans in the drawer is what it's known at, shovel ready, those sorts of phrases. If we haven't done any thinking and design work in the current year, we're not ready to go early in the next year. And that creates delays, and then we miss out on the good, generally, summer season for building, not that this year.
And just for clarification, Waka Kotahi subsidised 51% of the design?
Correct. All of the proposals there, they subsidise 51%.
Excellent.
Here, is it possible I could just clarify something based on Councillor Wilson's question there?
Yeah.
Look, my intent is actually to slow down the process.
Yeah.
So it is not a concern to me as the mover that design isn't funded, because I actually think as a city we need to slow the process of implementing raised platforms.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. Councillor Wilson,
No further questions.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. Robin, I'm just wondering, in terms of the projects that the mover and seconder proposed slowing down, what impact, if that was to occur, what impact would that have on the wider program? Because as some of these, for example, part of projects to put in, say, cycle routes and things. So, yeah, are we going to end up, if this goes ahead, with gaps in work where we're doing, in spaces where we're doing other work already?
So the Road to Zero program is very intersection orientated. Intersections are traditionally the hard part when it comes to your biking and micromobility network to actually get through. And so delaying this work will mean that the current gaps remain current gaps and that the safety issues remain in place. It also means that we won't be delivering the safer speed areas, so that's the permanent 40k areas which are outlined in 27, and doing the speed reduction associated with that and the shopping precincts which are in 38 and 39.
Okay. And any of these on proposed biking and micro-mobility routes that we intend to complete over the next couple of years? Or 2 or 3 years, whatever the time frame would be?
Yes, I believe they are. I'd need Martin to confirm that, but certainly we have looked at the likes of, the Grey Beale, Victoria, Bryce, those sorts of areas. A large number of them are on early implementation. I'm just checking that Martin's nodding.
Sunshine.
Yes, they're on routes that we were for biking and micromobility program rollout intending to do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Robin.
Thanks. I think we'll carry on with questions, but I think Councillor Taylor's been very helpful and extremely clear on the motion and more importantly the intent and outcome of this motion. So if we can keep questions to the report, I guess, because we understand the implications of what he's trying to do. So I guess what I'm saying is there's no point in continuing to ask questions about the outcome, because I think it's very, very clear. And we will be here for a really long time if that's what we're trying to do. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Just wanted to come back to Anna's questions around engagement. And I understand the process that you spoke of. When I think back to the Thomas Horsham Downs roundabout and the community mood afterwards, have we learned from that, or how would that be managed better this time when it comes to the Hukanui Wairiri? Or will we be consulting?
We always consult. I need to be clear, we always consult. That's something that, again, we can work with Loredana to look at how we do that from a wider perspective. We tend to focus on having the detailed conversations with those people who live immediately adjacent to those areas. Detailed conversations, because that's where we're making sure that they can still get their boat into their property, those sorts of things, which are where, you know, that it's those little things that we can do to actually move an island slightly, that sort of thing, that makes a difference between somebody being able to get in and out of their property easily. That's where we have the on-site detailed conversations with those, but we do consult definitely wider. When it comes to shopping precincts and that, we try and use things like posters to make people aware of what we're looking at and to seek feedback through that sort of media. But as I said, Laura Dunn is sitting in the back of the room. She can help us with more robust consultation plans.
Cool, thank you. And question to the mover, if I can. Jeff, I don't know if you've got your calculator handy. I don't have mine. But what you're suggesting, have you worked out how many dollars in terms of savings or deferrals?
Yes, I have. Let me just find my calculations were it would drop out an amount of 10.150 million, and our share of that's 4.9 million.
And that's OPEX, isn't it? Is that or is that CapEx?
Capital.
Ah, okay, all right.
CapEx.
And Jeff, would you be open to including the shopping area 38, 39, and 27?
Yeah. When I formulated it, Hesh, it was always, it's very difficult, as you appreciate, to go through a list like this. And I was always of a mind that there might be the odd thing that I had overlooked or was unaware of. So yes, I would.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Because I'd actually wondered about that one too.
So
27, 38,
you can
39.
work that out between yourselves. So, and just, yeah, given that's 4.9 CapEx, just keep in mind that if we're looking for savings, that works out to only around 490,000, right, from the 6 million target. If that was something that was motivating you, as I understand, that's correct, right? If the savings that is being proposed is 4.9 million CapEx, that's approximately 490,000 operational, according to the annual plan meeting the other week. It's around 10%, right?
I'm not an expert in that deferral,
okay.
so I wouldn't want to speculate on what that saving would be, but that was
that was the
Tracy?
rough
Okay.
calculation, right? Just want to make sure that members have
It
that.
was a
Chair, but I'm going to
100K
clarification.
One at a time. Sorry, Councillor Taylor. Oh, no, but he's frozen. Well, it was his motion, so I was going to allow him, but he's frozen.
Sorry, yeah, it was
there we
the
go.
100K. Am I back?
Yeah, there are.
It was. I think it was 100K per million of capex, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10%. Yeah. Okay. I thought I had Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you. Just a question I had through the report relating to 38 potentially others with regard to the shopping centres, Robin. The other shopping centre that I recall that we did some work around, that 30K, was up at 5 Crossroads.
Correct.
And at that point, we also put raised safety platforms to identify that it was a 30K and red marking, and that's what helped to get to that 30 kilometres an hour through that site.
Correct.
You're not proposing that in this instance on these ones, is that correct?
No, those particular items for the 30,000 for each of 38 and 39 is just for the signage. So for Silverdale Shops, I believe there'll be a separate line item for raising the existing signalised crossing that's there. And I know that in Cambridge Road we were looking to raise and signalise probably both, with either signalised or keep zebra crossing. We have to work through that, but both the facility up at the top near Masters Ave, which is currently a zebra crossing, so raising that one at least. And then down near Flynn Road, there's currently just an island, and with the new park that's in there, which is really popular, there's a high number of pedestrians there. So we were looking to either make that a zebra or signalise. We have to work through that, but having it raised with the 30.
But they're under separate line items. And could create the same kind of slow environment.
I'd have to check whether they were in the list of sites to be removed or not.
Okay.
Okay, so members,
you.
look, this has been 45 minutes worth of questions. There have been some great questions, but I think the difference between the motion and the amendment are really clear and will help. You'll either choose one or the other, or none. So I think it's probably time that we move to that.
I just want to make a correction, Chair Angela, because the mover said that it would save over $10 million in terms of total capex, which can't be correct because the total budget for Road to Zero program is 7.591 million.
Correct.
No, the budget I was taking it out of was more than 12 million.
No, that's the total cost of all the projects combined, but the budget for delivery is only 7.59. So I'm just clarifying that this would not result in over $10 million of capex savings or deferrals.
I don't believe so.
If you look at
I'm not sure you're right.
Okay, look, we're not.
Look at the top of the report.
Councillor Sarah is correct.
Yeah. So let staff direct this, please, not have it, so on, Robin, can you just point out, so we're on page 115 where it's got Road to Zero totals 12 million.
So the program of possible sites was 12 million.
Yep.
At the top in red on page 114 is the budget that's available, which is 7.591.
Mm-hmm.
Right, very hard to follow.
Yeah, look, I'm going to just give Councillor Taylor a couple of minutes, and the committee. We're going to have just 3 or 4 minutes just to work through that because, so that information can be clear. I'm not going to hang anyone out to dry on when they're not clear on information. So, I wonder, Councillor Taylor, do you want one of the staff to give you a call, or do you just want some time to get that clear?
I wanted to talk to Kesh, actually, because Kesh had one that she wanted included.
Okay, all right. Let's stop for, let's come back at 25 past.
The other point I would make is my primary motivation for this wasn't money.
Yeah.
It's actually to stop raised platforms going in willy-nilly.
Okay. All right. You have a phone chat with Kesh. We'll come back.
The money is a side issue, and we were going to reject that anyway.
What's that? What do you say?
It just catches up.
Oh, does it? Oh, okay. All right. So. If questions? Councillor Taylor, you've sorted out, is there anything in your motion you're changing? He's doing.
Yes, I think there are some tweaks there.
Okay, has Amy got them?
Yes.
Okay, so Amy, you can pop that on the board because mine and Councillor Maxine's is simply the staff recommendation. So let's have a look. Councillor Taylor, can you just run over the tweaks that you've done?
Can I get Amy to do it because it's really hard from here?
Yeah, okay. Sure.
I think I've got it correct with the exception items are no longer include 27, 38 and 39. And
so they've gone, yeah.
So they're now back on the approval list, and that we've got a new D, request that the projects that we've excluded above are included for discussion in the 24 long-term plan, so that they're not off the table, they're still up part of discussions.
Yeah, that's really clear. Excellent work. Okay, so we have that moved by Councillor Taylor and Councillor Donovan, and then the amendment, which we will deal with first, is a staff recommendation on page 103, moved by myself, Councillor Maxine. We will take debate on both, and I will go to Councillor Taylor first. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela, and apologies. It's always messy when you're trying to amend a list like this.
Yeah.
And it's even more messy when you're sitting in a hotel room overseas.
Yeah.
So essentially, the items I suggest removing are raised platforms, and we have left untouched other parts of the program, and I certainly recommend keeping all items associated directly with schools, and that still allows a significant amount of new raised platforms. I think they serve a good purpose around schools, and no one would dispute the need to keep kids safe in these extremely busy areas. I do think I did count up to 30 raised platforms in this program. I may be off by one or two either way, but I do think that is extreme, and I think it is time to take a pause on raised platforms. I think, to be brutally honest, there's a bit of fatigue setting in amongst our populace, and I also think we're in danger of actually strangling our transport network. There's a degree of overkill in it for me, and I understand that staff are unashamedly saying they're following the Road to Zero campaign, but I do worry that we are tilting too far towards the safety and away from the efficient transport system. And I think, obviously, safety is absolutely everything, but it's not quite everything as well, because people still have to move around the city. And it just seems to me there's a certain evangelical zeal going into the raised platforms coming from NZTA downwards. And NZTA are actually quite fuzzy about the benefits. The information I've seen is a series of statements rather than any evidential proof. And so I think people are tiring of it, and there'll be an argument from some around the table that each project gets 51% subsidy from NZTA and we shouldn't turn down free money. But, we have contributed to this money through various taxes. And secondly, just because we're being offered money or subsidy to buy a product doesn't mean we have to. Innovating Streets taught us that. Some of these things may not be in the best interests of our city. And so this is really a chance to take a pause, get the most important ones done, but also try to get some balance back into it, because I think we've just got a bit out of kilter with it at the moment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll go to the seconder for next, unless you want to reserve. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe? Oh, sorry, Councillor Donovan.
Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Look, I'm really supportive of this motion, obviously being the seconder. Safety is obviously paramount, and this the work that staff have done here addresses that, and it's right out the front of the schools who are vitally important to us. But I think there's still some pieces in there, and look, Jeff's covered it off quite nicely. I'm not going to create a narrative quite as good as his, but pause and balance were the two words that I picked out of his dialogue just now. I mean, we've looked at raised safety platforms in other countries like the Netherlands, but do we know that their driving habits are any better or significantly different to ours? We're just taking data and saying, well, they've improved their road safety, but is our road safety going to improve, exponentially at the same time? So hence my reasons for supporting the motion, schools and safety, and taking a pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox, next.
Yeah, so I won't be supporting this motion, but my main reason is I think that the safety platforms, the data we've got already that's been provided us today in the handout is pretty clear in terms of what these raised platforms achieve for us in terms of safety. And I also did a little, and it's only anecdotal, but I did talk to some children at the Thomas Horsham Downs roundabout about the raised platforms, and they loved the platforms in terms of how it gave them, I guess it empowered them. And I thought, that's one group we don't talk to all that much when we do these consultations around raised platforms. What do children think of these raised platforms? And my guess is they think they're pretty cool because they literally lift them up and put them in a priority position, as often our pedestrians getting to and from school. So, I don't support excluding these projects at this point, because I think it also gives staff the flexibility that they probably need, and I think Robin's talked about that. Sometimes consultation results in a different, answer, and that needs to be factored in as well. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Oh, okay. We were asked today in public forum to value the safety of pedestrians. We were told about the community's concerns around inaction on climate change due to transport. Mode shift is climate action. Safer infrastructure is climate action. The vision of Access Hamilton is a low emissions transport system that is resilient against climate change, and an adaptable future ready transport system that supports quality and compact urban form. I believe these delays are betraying the Access Hamilton strategy. Our climate future says our community has made it clear they want council to lead the way in responding to the climate crisis for our city. These delays are betraying our climate future, and our goals around low emission transport also feature in that strategy. It is explicitly mentioned in our terms of reference that we as governors need to make sure that our decisions are consistent with our climate future. Goal 4 of the Disability Action Plan is upgrading crossings for our disabled community and is reported on annually. Pushing back these crossings could limit our ability to implement on much needed improvements this year for the disabled community. And our disabled community has been pushed back into the margins for too long. It is explicitly mentioned in our terms of reference. As governors, we need to make sure that our decisions are not inconsistent with the Disability Action Plan. I am just incredibly frustrated by this. It is clear when we look at our other strategies what our direction is, and I just cannot look at people when they come to public forum and tell us to value safety and to value climate action, and then to just think it's perfectly fine to delay it. So I'm actually very frustrated about this, if I'm honest, but I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting the amendment today. I understand the purpose of the motion is to delay these projects, and I do want to say to those members who are unsure of how they're voting today, this isn't just a year-long delay or deferral. This will have a significant knock-on effect, because It's meaning that we can't do the design and costing work and pre-consultation work and things that we need to do in order to understand what's going to be required to get projects underway for our long-term plan, but also for making our bid for the regional land transport plan, where we asked for co-funding from Waka Kotahi. So there is a risk that we could actually be shooting ourselves in the foot and putting ourselves behind not 1 year, but 4 years with some of these projects. And also, a lot of these projects not only address the most dangerous intersections in the city, that is because essentially we prioritise road to zero projects by looking at the deaths and serious crashes, serious incidences data. But it also puts our biking network at risk as well, because some of these intersections, actually a lot of them, are going to be part of our future biking and micromobility network. So if we ignore these intersections, then we're ignoring the hard and the dangerous parts of our future biking network. Councillor Taylor talked about, agreed that we need to keep kids safe. I think we all agree on that. And I'm glad that he does support the raised crossings outside of the schools. As Councillor Casey Cox said, kids actually really value these crossings. And when we were recently at Fairfield Intermediate speaking with the class there, the students said the number one thing that they want are more crossings so they can get across the road safely. But we can't forget that actually kids need to be able to travel from their home to school. They're not just walking along the 500 metres outside of their school. And so when we look at the safety of children in terms of travelling to and from school, we need to look beyond the school gate. So I think that we can't take a narrow approach if we're concerned about safety of just looking at the crossings outside the school gate. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Sounds like someone hung up a phone. Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you. I've seconded the staff motion and hold that the list of projects that we have asked staff to bring through the low cost, low risk do indeed set us up well to be able to make sure that we've got a safe and an easy way for people to get away around in our city. We've made that commitment through the Biking and Micromobility plan, and Councillor Serra's talked about the risk to the network without, if we remove them. In terms of evidence, it's just irrefutable that the Gordonton-Thomas Road has made an enormous difference to the safety, and members selectively using the evidence to suit their arguments is really a poor strategy. I've said before today that there's international and national evidence to support taking up this work, and especially around the raised safety platforms. There's a clear way to be able to see the benefit of those. So, I hold an exact opposite to the arguments that have been used by the mover and others supporting the first motion. So I also think, though, that there's a real risk in pushing any of this out beyond 2024. I think that's the sniper on the roof, isn't it? There's a painter up on the roof. There's a real risk in pushing anything out beyond 2024. There's going to be changes to the priority that will be in that funding, and so we cannot rely on that funding being available further. So our chair this morning opened by saying that this is a community of action, a committee rather of action, and I'd like to support that kaupapa by approving this paper in its entirety. Kia ora.
Great, thank you. And Amy is on to stopping the whatever's going on in the heavens above us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The sniper.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. Let's not let make-up facts get in the way of the truth. We quite often assert positions as being factual, but let's just check the narrative a little bit. I've heard today that we need to do all of this work because it's an immediately urgent and it's a safety-related issue. I've heard that it's a betrayal of our own terms of reference and anyone who does a public submission. But I point out to those who say that we as an organisation have already done 27 raised platforms, and our own staff tell us that the mechanism and the analysis that they used to determine that priority was one of urgent safety. So we've done the urgent ones. This motion says, in addition to those urgent ones, could we make sure we wrap around the schools and give them the extra protection? How can you honestly try to say that having done those two things, that simply asking for a pause and a further discussion is a betrayal, or us turning our back on the mantra of safety? I think that's misleading. I think that's unfair. The reality is the motion simply says, in this time of multiple complexities with financial restraints, with the country needing to manage workload and significant projects in other parts of New Zealand, could we look at delaying some projects to give us a little bit more headroom? And I just imagine that when the ratepayers suddenly start to realise that we intend to do at least 35, and I could be corrected, but I think roughly it's 35. Staff couldn't quite give me the number. It's certainly more than 30. 35 raised platforms in the next 12 months, starting 1st of July. Look at the social media feedback and the concerns raised with the 27 we've already done over the last 2 years. And now here we're coming along and we're going to supercharge it. We're going to supercharge it. And are we totally convinced that, in fact, we can actually do all of this work? Have we actually done all the proper design? When I look at some of the ones we've done in the past, we seem to be designing as we go. So I think the motion is an appropriate mechanism to go forward. It slows the process down. It doesn't stop it. That's good governance.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just try and work through some of these calmly. Councillor Maxine mentioned Thomas Road, and that was all done on a, what do you call it? What are these things called? Raised safety platform. It was a T intersection, and it was also done by signalised lighting. So we've got to make sure we compare apples with apples. We've heard about climate action all of a sudden was brought into this. I've also been learning recently that idling cars can contribute more to emissions as well. Waka Kotahi, in my opinion, would be better to support Southern Links and unburden all these local arterials where these kids and people are fighting for transport, rather than opening up the macro land use where trucks and everything can get off our local roads in the first place. We're currently in a cost of living crisis and being eroded by inflation, yet some councillors want to put up rates and keep spending. Here's an opportunity to save $500,000 of OPEX or thereabouts and go a long way towards our $6 million savings target. We've heard recently, or just...
That would be more like 300,000 something.
Sorry, what's your point of order?
incorrect information or misleading?
Well, you didn't give me an accurate answer either, so.
Okay, no. Carry on, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. We've just heard from staff that we've done about 20-odd raised safety platforms over 2 years, and when posed with the figure of 30, she said it would probably be higher. So let's say 40. So we've done 20 over 2 years, and now we're going to do 40 in 1 year. There is, to quote Councillor Jeff, an evangelical zeal. Why the rush to push out these raised safety platforms in 12 months when we're already under huge construction constraints? There was no...
Sorry, what's your point of order?
5 or 40. 17
Okay, so
were in fact just
I didn't
designed.
say we would be.
So the point of order is incorrect information. What was your point again? What was the piece that you?
That's all right. Everyone's obviously getting a bit worked up.
Yeah.
Must be hitting a nerve.
No, look, people, take a breath, everyone, otherwise I will adjourn right in the middle of debate. And
Tea?
For what? For tea? For a cup of tea and a lie down, yes.
Excellent.
I haven't given our new councillors any advice. I've let them find their own feet. But I'll tell you one thing that I've observed: the quickest way to upset your community is to ramp through traffic stuff. Innovating streets, I was quoted as being the most embarrassing part of my councillor journey in 4 years. It was a complete disaster. It was co-designed with Waka Kotahi, and it took me a lot to get staff to provide the learnings. And here we are rushing 40 up to, with the effect, well, designing and constructing a lot of raised safety platforms. All the motion does is say, let's just slow it down. Let's take the community on the journey. Let's save a little bit of money in the process, and we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. I don't see this as not doing anything. Is that enough negatives? We're not doing nothing. We're still doing a lot. We're still doing the work outside of schools, and we're actually still doing some raised platforms. Included in the the walking and cycling improvements, page 116, we've got Resolution and Thomas Road, Resolution Discovery Drive, Borman Resolution. Those are massive roundabouts, and we're designing and constructing raised safety platforms. So it's not all off the table. There's some still in there. And so all we're doing, I'm going to support Councillor Jeff because I see it as pausing. I would question our capacity over the next year. We've got this massive surf fund to get through as well. So we're not doing nothing. We are still supporting our disability community, our cycling community. We're still heading in the right direction towards reducing emissions. But we're just saying slow down. let the community catch up to us, and let us educate them and do the comm stuff. And we don't want this to blow up in our faces. We just want to take it slow and achieve the outcome that we're all after. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It's been hard to follow where the motions have been going a little bit when you're on Zoom, but I'll do my best to keep it on track. I actually have some sympathy for both sides of the debate, although they have become extremely polarised, and my preference would have been to see a middle path, but there is none. Ewan is right that people are upset and concerned and do not understand what is going on with these speed cushions in some areas, and it is agitating people to the point of becoming very polarised amongst themselves, very angry and very anti what would be really good change for the community. So nobody's looking clearly at this. Angela's also right that our comms hasn't helped us. There's some data that we found out today that we didn't know, that in recent times leading up to this committee, that we didn't know. There's some stories we should have told, there's some conversations we should have had with the public, that is for certain. And we really have to learn that lesson right now so that we don't keep repeating it. I'm a big fan of integrated transport, where all modes are given, their share of attention. And that's why I'm really delighted with Access Hamilton, Chair Angela, in terms of what you hope to achieve there. Because if you meddle with one part of the transport system, there'll be a corresponding impact on another part of the system. And we need to be sure that we transition in the right scale and right pace to the new future. But we do need to start transitioning, and this is where I'm going to go in supporting the staff recommendation. To be honest, passenger transport is progressing in our city, but is nowhere near where it needs to be to entice people out of their private vehicles. So private vehicles are here to stay for a considerable amount more time, unless we fix other parts of the system besides making the roads safer. But look at passenger transport, look at other work that we're already doing around walking and cycling, of which I'm very supportive. In terms of accidents and people understating what those cost society, I was at the Metro sector meeting recently, and the police commissioner from Wellington came down to address everyone, and he talked about the enormous costs, one of the biggest areas of work for the police and one of the most enormous costs to society as a result of accidents on our roads, wherever they are. And that's not deaths only, that's injuries that last a very long time and have a huge impact on our health system, our social system, and much more. The reason I'm going for the staff recommendation, although I was hoping in all of the...
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Taylor, what's your point of order?
No one has downplayed the cost of accidents.
I haven't suggested
So I don't
that.
understand what... You did just suggest that, in terms of people playing down the cost of it. No one has done it.
Madam Chair, if I may.
No explanations for points of order unless you're asked to by the chair, and the chair's not going to ask that. So do I accept the point of order? No,
It's my argument. It's one of my rationales for where I'm going. That's all.
Yeah, and I don't think I heard you present it as any substantial fact. So carry on.
I'm just saying it's an influence. Safety and the costs of safety are an influence on my decision and my decision only.
Yeah,
and I know that they're large.
Yeah, it's time anyway, Mayor Paula. So
yeah, well, I actually got interrupted several times.
Yeah, you did, but we did stop the clock.
I have got one more sentence if I could have it, which I think would be fair given the interruptions. I was just going to say the other reason is deferral with no clarity about forward direction seems like cancellation, not deferral. So I was unable to see what comes next with the alternative motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. That's not quite correct though, because Councillor Taylor's motion does defer those projects to the LTP. So he did go away and support that. So, but I appreciate that's on. Yeah, it's hard on Zoom to pick that up.
It is.
Yeah,
it absolutely is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll have a go. It's my turn. Look, there hasn't been a rush to do anything on any side here. A part of the issue, I think, is how we approach this suite of decision making, and the staff have raised with me as chair that perhaps it's time we no longer call this low cost, low risk. In particular, low cost, $2 million is not low cost, particularly when we're trying to find savings. And a lot of these projects have risk, whether it's in the community, whether it's safety, or whether it's political risk. So I think the process of managing this as a whole suite was great and fit for purpose in the past, but I don't think, as is evident in the difficulties that we've had today, is something we need to be continuing. So I will endeavour as chair, have a chat with the mayor, because governance structure sits with her, and talk to the team as well about a better way forward. So that's the process. And I know that, you know, it's been quite lumpy, and I appreciate Councillor Taylor acknowledged that, but I'm actually okay with that, because what's happened is when we adjourned, the mover and the seconder tried to come to a more of a consensus for everyone, but we just haven't been able to do that. So that's today. That's actually really good governance, and I appreciate that. The overwhelming intention of everyone in this room is to keep people safe. Where we are departing from each other is how we do that, and we disagree on some of the elements that we do that. So that's where I think it's gotten a little bit messy. I agree with Councillor Taylor. Some people out there, and we all know it, we couldn't say otherwise, are a bit annoyed about raised platforms. But I come back to the fundamental point is there is a gap in information. As elected members, we're not all convinced about the safety purposes of raised platforms, so how on earth can we expect our public to be convinced? But the information that we do have is more than the public, and I am convinced no matter what the safety element that we put on a road, if we slow cars down to 50k, people being hit by a car, and I have had a friend killed by a car long time ago, they have a 90% chance of, what is it? No, that's a survival. I was doing so well anyway. There it is, a 90%, if they're going 30 Ks, they have a 90% chance of surviving. If they're going 50, they have a 10% chance. So we're all wanting to do that. We're all wanting to stop more people being killed and injured. The view that hasn't been sitting in front of us today or through this journey is from the disability sector. They are in support of raised platforms. We heard from Councillor Anna, who spoke to some students. They are in support. It's about safety for people crossing roads, people driving on our roads, people cycling on our roads. It is about safety. It's just how we get there. And that's where I think the issue is for us today. Councillor Taylor, right of reply?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, if that's okay.
Yep.
Look, I'd like to thank you, Chair Angela, for today, for your patience with us, with me, working from afar. I really appreciate the good, healthy debate that you've allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of points. Councillor Van Oosten raised the Thomas Gordonton Road example as a great example of how raised platforms work, and Councillor Hamilton was bang on. What we actually did was turn it from a country road with a T intersection, and we put traffic lights in there and then raised platforms. It wasn't simply a magical raised platform doing that job, which goes to the issue of the evidence, the information we have. And certainly that intersection had improved for a variety of measures, but I think the jury is still out on whether, tens of 50 or 60, 70, 80 raised platforms around our city. The jury is still out on that, I believe. Councillor Hutt was very emotional about it all, but I just sort of found it a bit difficult to equate raised platforms directly with climate change. I guess if you have so many raised platforms that there's no vehicles driving anywhere, then there will be no emissions. And I guess we'll be like the Amish then. But I just struggle to see how taking 20 raised platforms out of the street or out of a city impacts directly on climate change. I think it's fuzzy thinking. Councillor Thompson is bang on. This would have a significant effect on projects, and that was the intent. It was a clear, honest, genuine attempt from me to pause, to stop the momentum for a little bit, because I have real concerns, and I think a lot of people do, that we're ploughing ahead at high speed on this, and we're not taking the city with us. And it's very easy to say, well, we need better comms, but that's because I don't think the case for raised platforms is anywhere near as clear as NZTA is trying to suggest. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor, and I just ask you and other members not to make comments or what's the word, around saying a member is emotional or anything else. I mean, we're all passionate about things, and I know you didn't say that to be disrespectful, but that's what I heard it as. So just a reminder, everyone, we do need to stick to the issues and what a member is saying on the issue, not how they are delivering it. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Oh, we better vote after all of this. We're voting on the board, and now we'll get the amendment as the staff recommendation. Can we get it up on the board anyway? Is it up there? Yeah. Staff recommendation is exactly as you see in the report, so let's vote for that now. Four. Oh, there's only. Oh no. Can you read that out? Yep.
The amendment is carried, noting that on Zoom we have in favour Anna Casey Cox and Councillor Thompson, and dissenting we have Councillor Taylor.
Oh, and hang on, Mayor Paula got booted out, I think. Let me in, she says.
What's happened on the board? We can't see.
Oh, it's because it's 4 all in the chamber.
Can you go 4, please?
Hang on, sorry.
Yeah, no, we know. We're going to get...
there we go.
There we go. So that's on the board, but so Mayor Southgate hasn't... She got booted out. So can you cast your vote now using the electronic hands, Mayor Paula?
Is this for the staff's recommendation?
Yes, the amendment. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So governance will call that out.
That is 7 for, 5 against. Those on Zoom, we've got Mayor Southgate, Councillor Casey Cox and Councillor Thompson in favour, and we have Councillor Taylor dissenting. So we will now vote on it as the substantial.
Yep. So that was what, 7-4?
7.
Sorry, 7-5.
5 against.
7-4, 5 against. So now that becomes the substantive motion, and we will wait for the board to be cleared and vote again. And the paint is still on the roof.
Yes, we've done a couple of phone calls.
It's not so noisy there. Right, cast a vote, please. My iPad's died.
4 again, please. The amendment as the substantive motion is passed with exactly the same vote. So on Zoom we have Mayor Southgate, Councillor Casey Cox and Councillor Thompson in favour and Councillor Taylor dissenting.
All right, that's democracy. Let's move on. Now, if anyone needs to leave, then we will fail a quorum, and that's perfectly okay. That's what it is, and we will move items to the. My iPad's just completely stopped. So we're on to page 12 now. Did you write me something? Thank you. It's not even turning on, and I don't think it's flat. Can you throw it? Yeah. Yeah. To try and be really helpful, I've got a motion prepared, and I've listened to all of the concerns, and I'll just quickly, before we start, explain the intention. Has Amy got my motion? Oh, okay. In the spirit of collegiality, what my motion is doing is taking. I feel like the main concern for this, well, there's a couple, but the one that I'm addressing with my motion is elected members want some form of detail, be it macro scope or something else, to come back to a committee. That's what I heard when this was deferred last time. So I've gone through the list of projects and put a baseline in as the first one is anything over 1.5 million will come back to a formal committee. Also, so if in the list there is something under 1.5 million that it's of particular interest to elected members, I'm happy to pull that out and pop that on there. The reason being is some of these projects, 300, 400, 800,000, are just bus shelters, not stops, bus shelters, bike parklets, things that I feel the organisation can just get on and do. And that's what I thought I heard from the council meeting last month. May be wrong, but that's my intention. Anyway, so we will get that up on the board and go to staff for a brief overview of the report, and then we'll go to questions. It's still, it's not yet, it's still being done. So we'll get it up there and Amy will email it.
And there's no other amendments?
There's nothing else that I know of at this point in time. All right. Anna, Martin, you can have a glass of water.
Can we afford that?
A glass, if that's helpful. We're very close. Oh, it's good quality water as well. Somebody's doing a good job. So we're here to report on what we all know as the SURF programme. So this report is to provide an update to the committee on the progress made with the SURF projects, and also seek approval for those the project schedules which are in the attachment to the report, to approve those schedules and take those projects forward through a development process and through to delivery. Just a quick overview of things. The projects tie back to Access Hamilton. We've heard Access Hamilton talked about quite a bit in the chambers today. So it does support sort of the guiding principles within the Access Hamilton Transport Strategy, which was adopted last year, focusing on transport options, emissions reductions, reduced VKT and inclusivity. It also supports the government's emissions reduction plan and the support around reducing emissions, and the SURF program is fallen out of that emissions reduction plan. So everything's aligning that this is a good thing to be involved in the transport space, and also help create a balanced transport system going forward, providing transport choices to Hamiltonians. So we feel that this programme of works will positively contribute to our climate action plan that we have as council, and we feel that there is obviously no doubt some healthy debate will be coming up in the type of projects that we're promoting, but I would also say that these projects are relatively small in comparison to some of the stuff that will be coming up around a transformational look and feel of our transport system. And to that end, I'd sort of remind council of the stuff that they've also agreed to take forward, like Eastern Pathways. ScoreLink is a programme of work that we're currently working on. There's a lot of transformational stuff within that programme around cycle facilities, raised crossings and in-lane bus stops. So there are other stuff that's going to come forward for debate in that space as well. But happy to open up the floor for questions and debate.
Thanks, Martin. And just so, members, the motion has been sent to you. I'll be really clear that my intention is in the motion to accept all of the $37 million worth of projects for funding. However, the larger projects over 1.5, I'm wanting more elected member oversight, and any other projects by exception on the list that you're particularly interested in. And as an example, even though it's not over 1.5 million, I'm particularly interested in Killarney Road down the bottom there, the Queens Ave to Western Rail Trail, because it's designed detailed design that would connect to the Western Rail Trail. So that would be one that I would personally want a bit more oversight. So have a think about that list and we'll go to questions. Councillor Wilson.
Chair Angela. Martin, thank you for the report. Quick question. What's your level of confidence that each of these projects will be completed in the specified timeframe?
I'm pretty confident we can deliver the program. Otherwise, I think we wouldn't have put that program up. We are mindful that this program has got to be done at pace. It's not like a normal sort of transport program that council has. The funding is available till the 30th of June 2024, but we don't get then the opportunity to defer those projects into the next NLTP period. So we've got 90% of the funding made available to us from central government. It's not through the normal sort of NLTP process. It's a Crown fund. I think, you know, we've picked projects based on the fact that we feel we can deliver them. There were other ones that were debated when we went through the process that didn't make the cut because we felt they were too much of a risk. There's a lot of easy wins here on this list.
Next question, if I could, Madam Chair. Could you explain to me what staff are doing in terms of coordinating across all departments of council the ramifications in the implementation of these multiple projects all at once over the next 12 and a bit months? So you have $37 million being spent on the surf, you have some projected number of raised platforms. There seems to be some debate over the exact number. And I'm just trying to make sure that someone is actually thinking through what I think will be the most significant infrastructure spend on our roads, all in 12 months. And one, two, and do you have any projections of the timing, the delay ramifications for motorists as all of this is unfolding contemporaneously?
Really good question. Look, yeah, we have got a huge program, there's no doubt about it. I think you've mentioned it once or twice today. So there's a large low-cost, low-risk program, a large surf program. We've also got maintenance and renewals program. So on and on it goes, and on this obviously there's the waters program as well. So there's a lot of happening in the road corridor space across the city. Yep, there is a coordinated approach to this. So people in transport and also in waters, they talk together. But we also have our capital delivery team. So we have program managers that sit within that look at all the programs of work across the organisation. We also have our road corridor coordinators that look at those programs of work as well. So there's a number of parts of council that overlook these programs that determine when things can happen and where.
Okay. Madam Chair, I don't know if could you give me an indication as to some examples of the likely average delay that, say, bus users can expect during the next 12 months, the average, I think you try to get, what I'm trying to understand is what our comms will be to the community. If the average travel time has taken you 25 minutes due to all of these things happening at once.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson. Ryan, if you leave, we have to stop. Don't. Councillor McPherson did that.
Yeah. Are you going for a pee, Ryan?
I know there's another member that's going to have to leave shortly anyway, so it is what it is, and I'm okay with that. But if you can hang on. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Well, maybe could staff come back to us with a summary analysis of our strategy, just in writing, of how we intend to implement this,
Yeah.
with all the things we're doing at once before because I'm going to support it, but I just want to make sure that I'm mindful that I'm signing off
Sure.
of all of this stuff, and I have no idea the chaos I may be unleashing on the average bus user and car user.
Can I just add a bit to that? Really good points, and we'll look at the programme extremely carefully because there's opportunities to deliver certain works off-peak that won't affect people getting to and from school or to and from work. There's opportunities to deliver works at night, the really destructive stuff we could potentially do at night, certainly if it's not in a residential area, then that's an easy win. And there's opportunities to potentially close a section of road down or an intersection down like we did at Claudelands East, and I know at the time it was, caused a bit of angst, but it allowed us to deliver a really complex project very, very quickly. So we'll be looking at those opportunities across the programme as well. Because if you can do a project in 4 weeks with the road closed, that ordinarily it might take you 12 weeks, then that's got to be a win for businesses in the community.
Okay.
And the answer to your question is yes. We'll absolutely have a holistic approach on the impact our programme of works has on the community.
Great.
And how we deliver that program with a lens.
Yeah, and a single point of contact that we can forward all of the emails, phone calls and socials that we're going to get directly to for them to respond.
We will make sure that that is covered to ensure that there is that single point of contact, pretty much like we had on a significant project. And I recall Wairere Drive was one of those. Cool. That worked well in terms of looking back.
Thank you.
I just want to check, Councillor Moko, it was you that has to go at 3:30? 3:45, and Councillor Ryan, you have to, no, you okay, because Councillor Thompson can come in.
I think we might, cool, ignore me.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Thompson, you heard that? Do you want to come in if you can? Yeah, okay, great, because that keeps us going. All right, can't carry on with questions. Councillor Hutt?
I was wondering if you could speak to what bus routes, like which specific bus routes these improvements support?
Yes, happy to do that. There's a line item in there as a general bus shelter replacement, so that supports all routes. Mm-hmm. So we've done a full audit of all our bus stops, done an assessment of the facilities that they've currently got. We've done a full assessment of existing bus shelters, done a condition rating assessment on those, so we know which ones need replacing now. Specifically with regards to improvements for individual projects, we're looking at the Comet route. We're looking at the service from Central City to Rototuna, particularly in that Rototuna sort of area itself. And also, you're probably aware that the Regional Council want to launch the Meteor service at some point, once they get enough drivers. And they've been talking about it for a while, so it'll be really exciting when that gets going, because some of these projects also support efficiency and levels of service on that new route. Yep.
So are these proposed bus upgrades or bus improvements, they're aligned with the Waikato Regional Council strategy for fast and frequent? They're in alignment?
Yes, they are in alignment with that, yes. Yeah, cool. And they're in alignment with the the upgrading of, we have a normal BAU program of improvements to bus stops and things like that. So the shelter upgrades will also be looking at opportunities to maybe do some changes to curbing as well, if those shelter sites haven't got the accessible curbs, so improving accessibility for people with mobility issues at the same time.
So also alignment with the Disability Action Plan as well?
Most definitely, yeah.
Excellent. I was wondering how many of the total projects tie into the network plan for the biking and micromobility business case?
There's a number that support that, and some of them are actually on the key biking routes as well. So we had a group of projects that are included in here we called them Western Connections.
Yep.
So that's supporting what's in the biking micromobility business case, particularly in that sort of Kalani Western Rail Trail area. And there's a lot of connections going into the Western Rail Trail on this list, which actually, Western Rail Trail is a fantastic facility for walking and cycling, but it's a little bit isolated and hard to get to for some of the people in our community, and that's the feedback we've received. So the list here helps support more people getting to it safely.
I certainly remember that being a piece of feedback back when I worked for Bike Waikato back in 2020, 2021. Cool, thank you. Those were really helpful and useful answers.
Councillor Van Austin.
The first time this report came to council, there was some debate about where the list originated from, and I wonder if you could just expand a little bit on how it was compiled and based on what.
Yeah, I might need some help from Honor here, but I'll start. So the list has come from various sources. Some of it's come from you might recall we did some public transport infrastructure studies over the last couple of years on the Comet, Meteor, Rototuna and around the hospital area. And some of those projects have come out of those studies that have dropped into this list here. Because some we were progressing anyway, because you'd given us some funding, local share funding, to progress some PT infrastructure projects. But because this SURF fund came up, we decided to take advantage of the extra funding from government to take pressure off the local share. Others have come out of the biking, I suppose the biking business case work we did, and the engagement with the community and working with organisations like Bike Waikato, and stuff that makes sense when you look at the wider biking network plan, how it all links together. So there's projects that have come out of that. There's projects that we've actually taken from the low cost, low risk program and put into this program to get obviously take advantage of the increased subsidy from government. For example, the River Road footpath, that was in the low cost, low risk walking, cycling category. And so we're getting 100% funding on that one from government.
Instead of 51?
Instead of 51. So yeah, some advantages of moving stuff around a bit here. Anything else on that? Have I covered?
As well from, a broader look as well, there were areas that we felt would be what we like to call like a boost. So where we would expect you'd get the most outcome as well from these areas, and unlocking communities to be able to join the network. So Western Connection unlocks sort of those Dinsdale, Beta, Glenview areas to be able to connect to the Western Rail Trail and to the city and other amenities in their community. That's safe and accessible for all ages and abilities. As well, we looked at opportunities where Waka Kotahi were doing work on the state highway network. So there are a few projects in here where we're working collaboratively with Waka Kotahi and their delivery timeframes as well that suit our timeframe. And as well, there are existing projects that had other elements to it that we could implement. So for example, Claudelands intersection, we've got level crossings there that are substandard and unsafe. So that's an opportunity for us to give it an injection of money and funding from Waka Kotahi to provide safe level crossings, especially as we unlock that area of the network, and with Eastern Pathways coming in the future, there'll be people wanting to get across the bridge, both pedestrians, cycles, all users. As well, we conducted a survey for end-of-trip facilities last year across Hamilton City, and people dropped pins. I think most of you are aware of that already. from there, we created a matrix to rationalise and prioritise areas that would also provide a boost, and where there was a strong demand for bike parking and scooter parking and other forms of mobility, active modes. And with that funding, we can provide a variety of different end-of-trip facilities. So it's not just your stock standard short stay bike parking, it's providing people with some security covered. You know, there are people out there now with $10,000 to $15,000 bikes. So we want to provide them comfortable facilities, and they're wanting to use those networks. So that's it.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Councillor Naidi-Rolfe?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I support majority of the list, but just questions around the in-lane bus stops. Will engagement be a part of the, at which point, and how do we plan on communicating that with the wider public?
Look, yeah, you're right. Engagement's so important with this, and we do need to move at pace, as I said at the beginning. So we want to get to doing community engagement as soon as we can. So yes, talking to the people that are immediately impacted by what we're proposing is extremely important. Following discussions with you in the last training, and you got some funding for us for a relationship and engagement person in the transport team. That position's been filled, so an important role for that person is to do early engagement with communities, businesses, and going over those conversations before we actually develop up any concepts, to be honest with you, to find out how these businesses operate, what's concerning them, whether we can actually, through this process, actually improve things for them, but still deliver what we want to do. The in-lane bus stop one is going to be something that we'll need to do some education on with the public to get them to understand that it's not our intention to cause significant delays on the network at all. Understand the difference of what an in-lane bus stop is to a curbside bus stop to an indented bus stop. So it's understanding the different types of facilities we put out there, why we're promoting one above another. Because in-lane bus stops aren't appropriate in every location, there's no doubt about it. So, yeah.
So if they're, like, through the engagement process, if the public were to say, we don't want an in-lane bus stop, is there that type of flexibility, or is it more that this is what you're getting, but where?
Well, I think that ultimately the decision's down to you as elected members, because, look, we'll promote in-lane bus stops for a good reason, and it's a reason around, look, if we are going to provide, reliable transport choices to people, in-lane bus stops, they're one of the tools in the toolbox to achieve better outcomes for public transport. It's not just reliability around the service and scheduling, it's actually about accessibility for people with mobility issues getting on and off the buses. So providing it in lane allows you to potentially build the curb out, create more space so people that have trouble with mobility issues can get onto the buses on a relatively flat gradient, rather than currently some of our facilities, it's really difficult for people to get on and off the buses, A, because the gradients are really awful, or the buses can't get curbside to allow the people to get on properly. I've been out with people in wheelchairs at some of our sites, and it's almost impossible for them to get on and off safely.
But they can if it's in lane.
In lane, it makes it a lot easier because you have greater space to create a smoother gradient for them to get on and off and manoeuvre around. But in-lane bus stops also gives you the opportunity to bypass bus stops with cycle lanes behind as well. So it's about reallocating a space to actually cater for all modes, not just one mode.
Okay, and just another question around Brooklyn Road. I only managed, when I went through the detail, it said that bus stops will be moved in lane on Brooklyn Road, but it wasn't on the initial table. Is that still correct? It's page 186.
I just need to check that one because I wasn't sure that we were putting in-lane bus stops on Brooklyn Road, to be
It's
honest
just
with
the
you.
last line on 186.
What page was that?
186.
186. Brooklyn Road. Where's the bus stops?
Here and here.
That will be in lane, are
They'll be moving.
Existing bus stops will be retained, that are to be retained,
Oh,
will
yeah.
be moved to
they?
in-lane.
Sorry. It'll be
Following
something we'll be looking at through the design process and consulting on. Yeah. There's a lot of space on Brooklyn Road in certain areas where we could potentially, you might end up with, rather than in lane, you might end up with just curbside,
And
depending on how we share the space.
Yep.
Yep.
And just another quick one on Brooklyn Road, the project. It does say that diagonal parking will be adjusted to parallel. So I'm assuming that's the diagonal parking towards Five Crossroads business area.
So councillor Naidi Rolfe, I'm just wondering, we can't solve these things here today, but if that is a project that you're concerned about, and it
Yes.
sounds like you are, then why, if you're happy, why don't you pop that on the list? At the moment, and I'll get the motion up on the board, there's 13 projects out of 28 that I'm asking all support, but I'm asking for elected member want the details, so we can
Yes,
get into
please.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll add the Brooklyn Road one. God, I was just looking at it.
Is that the
And the
last
other-
thing on the table? The 4,020,000, or is that a different part of it?
Where is it?
What page are you on?
Sorry, the Brooklyn Road has got there's a level crossing on Brooklyn Road, which is not part of the Brooklyn Road project. The Brooklyn Road one is item number, where is that one?
I'm looking at this list. I can't find. Oh,
Number
level
5
crossings.
on the list is, we talk about pedestrian crossings and cycle facilities. And when you get into the schedule for that number 5 item, we do discuss bus stops in there as well.
Okay.
But essentially what we're trying to deliver is a pedestrian crossing or crossings and cycle lanes.
Thank you. Chair Angela, the list of the 13 that you just mentioned, are the inlane bus stops ones in there already?
There will be, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm going on the transport, not on all the detail. I'm going on the list, which is on page 125. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, quick one on inlane buses. Peacocks is an inlane, which is a full stop in the middle of the road. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are any of these the same, or are they the 3 that you've already mentioned?
Some of them are, no, let me start again. One of them will block traffic.
Which one's that?
Anglesey Street South.
Is that on our list, Chair?
No, but Mayor Paula raised that, I believe, with staff, so we might pop that on the list. I think.
Thanks.
Have we lost Mayor Paula? Yeah. Yeah, it is going to be, well, it's still not going to be still not majority. Well, it is now 14, it's 50% of the list.
Thank you. So that's the only one that blocks?
Yeah, the reason for that was, Councillor, was
Anglesey Street South.
there's some
bus stop
significant
improvements.
safety issues with the pedestrian crossing close to that bus stop. So we actually want to improve the safety there. That's why we're putting the bus stop in lane and stopping the traffic, because currently traffic is coming through in 2 lanes through a zebra crossing and causing a lot of issues. But also the Orbiter service there cannot turn right at that, service that bus stop and then turn right at the roundabout, because it can't get across into the right-hand lane at that point. Therefore, we need to push the bus stop out so it's got access to the right turn at the roundabout of the courthouse.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand it, but I'm keen to have a look at that one.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am here, and I'm also.
Okay, yes, I can see your message. I hope you're feeling okay.
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah, so Mayor Southgate, you stay where you are. She's not well. And we've added, and Councillor Hamilton raised it, the Anglesey Street inlane bus stop and walking improvements as well, because I think you raised that with staff.
Yeah.
So that will come back to us with detail, and we'll be able to have input into the design, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Hutt.
This is a little bit more of a question for you, Amy. Yeah. I can read real good the black text, but the red text is not very good. I'm just wondering how many projects now are listed as that macro scope approval, because it's 28 surf projects total?
14 now.
14, okay.
So what it's kicking for touch and letting staff get on with are the things like, what is it, 18, is it? Okay. Majority of the PT stuff that's on here, one walkable neighbourhood one, some of the cycling stuff, yeah. So it's 18, is it? I count. Anyway, it's everything over 1.5 million on that list. Oh, you haven't got the same list as I have. I work on original things, so I can follow the changes. That's why it's all torn. But it also includes Killarney Road, Western Rail Trail, Hayes Paddock. I did pop that on there, given I think that's a bit of a political, yeah, a little bit for a community space. And then the Anglesey bus stop one. That's it, eh? Yep. Okay. So this is not delaying anything. This is just asking for us to have more information, however you get that to us. So are you concerned that there's, yeah, are you in which one?
Well, I'm concerned, well, Whakatae will be concerned about any delay to their program.
Well, there doesn't need to be any delay. You fit us in with the work stream, and if that means we'd have to call an extraordinary meeting or have a decision to at council, but we do need to see some, and you had put that in the motion anyway. We were going to see some macro designs on some of these things.
Okay.
So the intention is not to delay anything.
Great.
Because it says including any, in the staff recommendation it says in C, including any required approvals and monitoring reports we've reported.
Yeah.
It's that, but we're saying these things are the ones that we're interested in that reporting back. The rest just go and do.
Are you looking to see more detail around these projects?
Well, some
and
of
the
it,
impact on
so
things?
as an example, personally I would like to see what the macro scope would look like for Killarney Road, and there's two. There's the level crossing, and then there's the Queen's Ave to Western Rail Trail. And there was one other. No, yeah. So just understanding what car parks are being changed, what cycle lanes are going in. So at a high level, but where, as elected members, our ear to the ground is enough that we would immediately see if there was a red flag.
Okay. So we can get that information to you pretty fast.
Yeah.
Because we've done a lot of work on this stuff already.
You have, and I can see scoped option, concept, preliminary design. That's where it's at right now.
Yeah. So if we could, I mean, sorry, I might be talking out of turn.
No,
here,
no,
but
no.
if we could maybe get in front of you again in the next couple of weeks, it'd be
Yeah,
fantastic.
of course. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. What's that?
That can happen in governance.
Yeah, because we've all got space in our diaries, haven't we? Okay, so that's all of the questions on that. Thanks for everyone's patience on this. I hope that the motion speaks to some of our concerns around some of these types of projects, and at the moment we're needing a little bit more oversight, and that's what we're doing here. So it's been moved by myself. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Hutt? It's just what I look like when I'm tired. So because we're going to lose Moko in 4.2 minutes, Sarah's on her way. We're going to take a break after that, so I'm going to put it to the vote. So Councillor Nairi-Rolfe, question on clarification only.
Yes, so Brooklyn Road's not on there? And it's under 1.5?
Oh, sorry, we're supposed to put that on. Oh, yes, it is, because it's under the end of trip facilities, bike and scooter parking on this list.
Which, are you looking at 125 list? Or which list are you looking at, sorry?
On page 125, down the bottom. No,
Is it a different one?
it's a different one. Okay. Yeah, it's called something else. Claudelands East / Brooklyn Road.
Number 5.
Yeah, it should be number 5.
Oh, sorry.
It's number 5.
It's number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. See, my list is so old it doesn't have numbers.
Because I was also asking about the inland bus stops like the Horsham Downs and things, but it's not on there. Is there? Or is it?
So that's up to you to decide.
Number 21.
But that's, so the Horsham's down, if you want to add that particular
please.
one on. Okay,
Thank you.
okay, yeah.
Four and
And
five.
number
Yep.
21, yeah, my list is not, that's more helpful.
21.
Okay, so yes, number 21, Horsham Downs Road project, that will work. Okay. Right, so I'll just speak briefly. We went through an entire process. It seemed to have gone on for a really long time back when we first put the big list of projects. And remind everyone that we put 40 projects up for this Climate Emergency Response Fund, and we got just under, what did we get, 37 million. So we actually got the majority of our projects. There were very few that were turned down, which is really great. The staff did a tremendous job pulling together our priorities around PT that will deliver on climate change, around walking and micromobility that will deliver on transport emissions reductions, and safety, and being able to fit work that we were already doing into that fund. They moved really, really quickly, and I do really want, regardless of how they feel about the motion and our slight moving into the kitchen sometimes in these things, that is just because we are representing the public. We're not transport experts, but we are passionate about delivering some of the strategies, or all of the strategies, I should say, that we've worked so hard to deliver last term, and it is about doing the projects and tangible things now, which we're going to do. But I do want to thank staff. You did all the work on this. You gathered up all of those projects that we had already indicated we wanted to do. You made them work within the funding envelope to deliver not only our climate change response, but the government's as well, and that's why you were so successful. So actually, kudos to you and your team, Eva Lisa. Thank you. So seconder, Councillor Hutt.
Once again, these items are in alignment with our partners like Waikato Regional Council, as well as our own strategies like Access Hamilton, the biking and micromobility business case, as well as the disability action plan. So thank you to the staff for their work on this. Thank you to Angela. I'm really heartened by the fact that these are not delays. I think it's a reasonable compromise to ensure our elected members are as excited about this infrastructure as others are. And I'd just like to also thank you to whoever was in charge of the agenda today and the order of items. Having the Climate Emergency Response Fund, which is funding for safer and more accessible transport projects as climate action, I hope has answered any questions regarding the overlap of climate action and safer transport infrastructure. So that was very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson, and then I'll go to Mayor Paula.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. I am pleased with the system you've set up with enabling us to have a deeper look at some of these individual projects, because some of them still concern me. An in-lane bus stop on Anglesey, to me, is just dumb. It's supposed to be one of our main arterials, and I think voters and commuters whether they're in a bus or whether they're in a car, are going to tell us that that's not a very good idea. So I look forward to having that more meaningful debate. I'm also comfortable with the fact that this significant amount of money that is being spent on the climate emergency that we are facing is a meaningful contribution to addressing some of the critical issues. It is, in my mind, we can't forget that actually there's a large amount of ratepayers' money that's going in. I mean, I know central government are throwing in lots of money, which is great. We love it. We love this idea of a ratio of, 10% we contribute and the government puts 90. Maybe that could be a model they could roll out in many other areas, and I would encourage them to do so. But I do signal that our contribution to it is my appetite for addressing some of these issues. I've now fulfilled my appetite, and I will be a lot more cautionary in any desire to spend any more on this issue. So I look forward to having no further requests for funding on these issues.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for the... Hang on. I have unmuted. Good, sorry. Thank you to the staff for the work you've done on this, and it's always right to look to align with government when there is government funding to be had, and we've been more successful in the later part of this year and last year, attracting that funding. We should go after the funding that we're owed by a central government to help us on the path. I do have some concerns about one or two projects, and they have been picked up in the amendment, Madam Chair, so I'm happy that when we see the details, I share Ewan's concern around bus lanes entirely blocking off the flow of traffic, so I need to understand those a bit better. I know they work in some places, but then we go back to my comment on the previous item, which is we should be looking at integrated transport solutions and how, when one thing impacts upon the other, what you do to mitigate some of that impact or to change behaviour is a little bit more complex than just one thing at a time. But there are lots of things on the list that I do think are excellent and give us a chance to go do a little bit more and do a little bit more quicker, which is great. And I'd love to see the outcome of those. I think Hayes Paddock is a ripe environment. People love biking and walking down there because of the fantastic Hayes Common Cafe and Wellington Street Beach and how it services Hamilton East. So we need to get that right. We need to do it right. We need to make it look wonderful and rebuild public confidence that when we're doing some of these projects, the outcome is fabulous. And often it is, but we hear about the ones that are less than fabulous. So let's make as much of this fabulous and take people on the journey towards a transport system that looks different from what it does today. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. And thank you to you, Chair Angela, for the motion and the way you've captured our concerns. It's much less messier than what I had in mind, so thank you.
That's good.
And, as we've talked about, I think engagement with the public is paramount to the success of all of these projects. And I brought up Brooklyn Road because I know that the businesses in that area depend on that parking. So if the parking is going to be reduced, diagonal to parallel, then we have those conversations with those business owners and get them on board at an early stage. I know I have relationships with many of them. They're all keen cycling advocates, but they want that opportunity for an open conversation before progressing further. So looking forward to seeing the macroscope.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you. I won't labour the debate so that we can get on with the vote, frankly. It sounds like we've worked through the problems that were identified at the last meeting, and I'm happy to be supporting again the proposal that we take up the government's offer of this money and look to be able to work towards delivering on these projects. I would like to just pick up on a point that Councillor Wilson made with regard to adding projects to this, additional spending to it. That's not something that can be entertained. This list is something that is already approved by Waka Kotahi, and we aren't in a position to be able to add other projects into it. And so it's really important that we take the list that we've got this day, take up the opportunity to bring back some of the problem areas that you've identified, Chair, to be able to get a bit more comfort about and around how they'll be delivered, what that might look like in terms of Hayes Paddock. I don't hold your same concern about that community. I think that they will absolutely love the idea of being able to use a piece of road and garden that they can't sit around and enjoy and have a much more useful idea of it. I also think that the business there will welcome the opportunity to have that space, a really nice usable space in front of them. However, what we do need to be careful about is the engagement with that business, so that we are really clear about what it means to them, how we will deliver it, and involve them in that process as well. So in support of today's motion, and happy to go with that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There are no further speakers. I will be extremely quick in my right of reply so that Councillor Moko can go. Look, thanks everyone for a really thoughtful debate, and thank you to Councillor Hutt for always being consistent in reminding us of the strategic alignment. It's really important that our decisions align with the strategies that we have particularly done last term. It's really important, so thank you for that. And Councillor Van Osten, I agree in terms of Hayes Paddock. It's not the project, because I know that actually it originated from the community. It is the engagement that I will feel comforted by having a bit of oversight. So thanks everyone for a great debate. So we'll put that to the vote on the board. Oh, Sarah. It is, she is.
I'm trying to find my hand.
Just give
It's
us
all
a
right.
thumbs up, Sarah,
Yeah.
and we'll have a
Registered
break. I think that's been, that's gone through. Unanimous, I'll just make that call. Yep, there you go.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Wonderful. See you soon, Sarah. Ride safely.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah, thank
everyone.
you, Sarah. I appreciate it. It stops me from having to go in.
Thanks.
I do appreciate it.
We will have a break till 4:15, and our next quorum challenge will be at 5:20.
Crikey.
I know. Actually, I'll move that we move into PX. Oh, sorry, no, we haven't got general managers. Yep, okay. We're taking a break. Thanks, Councillor Moko. Till 4:15, we are going to end up. intense cooperation from my colleagues. We are fast running out of time. There are two really important items. The first one being the General Manager's report. I'm going to speak to it very quickly. Then we need to go into public excluded, and we need to bring forward C6. We will probably run out of time for the rest of them, but they can go to council. So just if we can move quickly to item 13, the GM's report. It's really basically just for information there. The important item is the late edition item 13, which is in diligent on page 246. Now, all this is, I can assure you, and you can trust me, all this is asking for is delegation for Councillor Maxine as Deputy Chair and myself as Chair to work with staff to come up with a new list of projects that will go to the second round of the SURF fund, and these projects will be based on, staff will bring the list on projects that will reduce vehicle kilometres travelled. So again, it's around climate change, climate emission, etc. Once they've done the list and we've had a bit of a look, it will come through all elected members through committee or briefing first.
So the suggestion is that it's worked through also with the Access newly developed Access Hamilton working group today, and then emailed through executive updates, so for feedback, and then come back retrospectively to a committee because it is due on the 30th of March 2023. Now, noting a lot of this work is around funding to complete thinking, which means it's money we can actually have government funding to do the thinking money, which is generally operationally funded in the space of, as examples, how we work with regional council on delivering our maximising our opportunities for people entering into the public transport network. It's opportunities such as policies of car sharing policies that we can actually work through, and how we maximise that for our city to reduce.
So it's not building tangible construction projects
anything
at all. Okay, and it is things that we are already working on.
Yes.
As well, so it's an opportunity to reduce some operational costs for us. Through applying for this from this fund?
Yes, in partnership, we're classed as a Tier 1, which means Tier 1 under the under the scheme is we're alongside Waikato Regional Council, Waipa District Council and Waikato District Council, so we're looking at putting in a joint application to maximise the funding opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Councillor. All right, look, thanks for that, everyone. I'm going to assume there's going to be no debate. The General Manager's report's mainly there for information, so I'll be daring and go straight to the vote. A show of hands. Yep. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate that. All right, so I will move that we move into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Van Osten. All those in favour, say aye. There are none against. That's carried. Let's wait a moment to come off YouTube and